let's settle down. Let's settle very quickly. The penalty is to spell Galamsey with your right leg. Hurry, please. Yes. Right, so we are getting ready. Hello? Hello, hello, hello? Hi, hi, hi. Make a hi, no, be sorry, can hi, baby. Eh? Many a break a hi, no, be so numb say hi. Hi. Good. We'll continue. We'll continue the process. We need to have a sense of who is in this room. The beginning of it was an opening ceremony. But if we're going to have a dialogue, we need to be able to say, I was here with so-and-so, and that kind of thing. Excuse me. I am delighted. I think I have the privilege of introducing the honorable members of parliament in this room. They are our members of parliament, and honor must be done to those honor is due. The rest of you are like me, so maybe Dr. Emprem will introduce you, I don't know, but you are like me. I think you've already met Honorable Yao Frimpong Ado, Member of Parliament for Manson Edubia, Chairman, Environment, Science and Technology. Honorable, we want to give them a wave. I think you've also already met Honorable Sanja Nanja, Member of Parliament for Atebubu-Amanteum constituency, Vice Chair, Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable. Now, I have enormous pleasure to introduce you the Honorable K. Sapong, Member of Parliament for Mampong. So he's also on the Lands and Natural Resources. Honorable, very happy to see you again. Then I would like to introduce you the Honorable Gansa, Member of Parliament, Esikuma Odobin Brakwa, also the Lands and Natural Resources Committee. Again, I'm delighted to tell you that Honorable Gomado, Member of Parliament for Akan constituency, Honorable, so he's in the system somewhere. Okay, Environment. Then I also am privileged to say to you that Honorable Emmanuel Ntekuni, Member of Parliament Pro West, Member of the Environment, Science and Technology Committee, and they are ably managed here by Ms. Harriet Hobenu, Assistant Clerk to the committee. Harriet? Okay, great. Honorable, talk to me. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's important to recognize that Honorable Sampo Prechum is the ranking member for the Lands and Natural Resources Committee. Honorable, give us another wave. Delighted to have you. Masandi Ahumanava. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. So the rest of you, fellow Ghanaians, so not called Ghanaian. Okay.
Thank you, Auntie Dr. Esther Ofe-Abuaji. Please, can we clap her? She's doing very well. She's under the weather, but for the love she has for us. She's really doing this for us. So, Auntie, thank you so much for doing this. Um, you've already introduced Suleiman Brahma. He has introduced himself. Yes, Suleiman Brahma. Yeah, yeah. He's the one holding the purse, apart from Parliament. So, for this job. Then we have Most Reverend Imam Kofi Fian, the board chairman of the National Peace Council. Partners for the program. He came with his executive secretary, Mr. Dr. George Emmanuel. Sorry, Dr. George Amo. Yes. Okay. Then we also have moderators that we have together to stir the discussion. And tomorrow, her good self, Dr. Esther Ofe Abuaji, is one of the moderators for the program. We also have Professor Koye Enim Wright, an academic and communication expert, a popular face on GTV, joining us for the moderation. We have Esquire Samson Ladi. He will be joining us shortly, also to take part in the moderating the discussions. The book that was launched just a while ago was put together by great minds that we have in the field. We have Professor Emmanuel Kwesi Enin talking or writing on issues around peace and social cohesion and implication on mining. So, Prof, thank you so much for helping us to do that. He did that with one of his colleagues at the Kofi Annan Peacekeeping Training Center, Mustafa. Then we also have our counsel, Oliver Vamao, also as part of the researchers who did a great job on looking at mining paralysis and the context and where we are now. So, Oliver, thank you so much for helping us to put the team, the research together. We have Dr. Kojo Ashon Asante, the head of Water Research Institute. Doc, can we please see you? He will come up stagely. He also was the part of the research team that we put together. I also have Esquire Kweku Afari. Kweku, are you in the room? Okay, he was here in the morning. Yes, he was also part of the research team looking at environment and mining. Then we also have one great mind, Kweku Danso Isaac, and her team, Gifty Owusu, head of prudential and institutional sustainability, putting that together as EPA for us. So these are the 5 great minds that we had put together to give us that research, and we have to do extensive review together with them. So that product coming from this great mind. Thank you so much for doing that contribution to the work that we are doing. I have Mr. Isaac Eshon. He is from the Forestry Division of the Forest Commission, Eastern Region. In fact, he's standing for the CEO as well. So he and his boss, Elkem, are here. The list is very long. Some of them, they may have to introduce themselves, but I also have the PRO, Office of National Chief Imam, Dr. Bazouk. Please give us a wave at the end there. We have Catholic Bishop Conference, Reverend Blay, right? Yes, he's with us. We have Christian Council of Reverend, please give us a wave. Yes. Okay, thank you for coming. We have Professor Malco at the International Relations Department at GIMPA. Prof, thank you for making it. Who are having introduced? Oh, friend, I mean, for the last one, the non that Bonsu, the deputy director operations at Arocha, Ghana, right? That give us a wave. Thank you for coming. Your colleague from you're also here. Thank you for coming. Right. They come from Environmental Protection Agency, Authority, Environmental Protection Authority. We have other panelists, Angelique Shika from Center for Extractive. Right? Yeah, Angelique, give us a wave. Right. Rep from UTAG, Dr. Please give us a wave from UTAG. Yes, and then we have an independent researcher and a medical officer. He doesn't want her to mention where she comes from, but I want to blow your back. From Noguchi Memorial Institute. Okay, because she also on the panel to share perspective on the water issues with us. Carefully selected people that we have put together. We have TUCPRO. Madam, give us a wave. There she is. Some are represented, so I guess I will be introducing others. Say, which one have you introduced? I've introduced Professor Enin already. Yeah, Prof, thank you so much. Yes, and then I have Ba Otu, a communication consultant. She's here with us. I have Nanabuachi Yadom, a very great man when it comes to work around investigative around environment. And I give us a wave, right? Yes, he and together with Asari, they have put a work together to grow. Will prepare this auditorium. Pardon me, as we go along, I will introduce those that I haven't done so, right? So actually, I'm done with the task that you gave it to me. We can start with it.
Right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you are all welcome, but we have to get to work. Our first technical session. Okay. Right. Our first technical session involves a presentation and a panel discussion on the ecological damage, the ecological damage of illegal mining on water bodies and forest resources. What is going to happen is that there's going to be a presentation, and then we'll have panelists. Now, we have 2 hours for the assignment, but it's already 11:30. So I want to propose that, Dr. Asante, how long do you think you can do this? Okay, you have at most 30 minutes. And then, because after that, I'll have a panel of which you are a member. You see, so then you can smuggle in the ones you didn't see. Do you see? So on behalf of the entire conference, I would like to introduce Dr. Kojo Anson Asante, a principal research scientist, CSIR Water Research Institute, and head of the Environmental Chemistry, Sanitation Engineering Division of the Institute. Prof, you are most welcome. We are waiting for you with bated breath. You are welcome. Right. Does he have a mic? Or should I give him this one? Oh. Mic now. You're welcome.
Yes, madam. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and good morning to all of you. So I present to you the ecological damage of illegal mining water bodies and forest management in Ghana. Next, please. Okay, so the CSIR in 2016 predicted that by 2030, we are going to have a water crisis in Ghana. In 2016, we noticed what the illegal mining effects are. And so we made a prediction. We are just 5 years to the end of 2030. And if things don't change, I'm afraid this will come into fruition. I pray it doesn't. But we must work towards it. Next, please. So this is going to be my presentation outline. I'll talk about the river systems in Ghana, overview of Galamsey activities, the water quality index, treatment costs, forest reserves, and then the cost estimates. Next, please. So this shows the global water budget. So 97% of the global water we have is seawater. It is only 3% that is available to us as fresh water. And of the 3%, only 13% is accessible because the 87% is locked up in ice caps and then glaciers. So if you compute 13% of the 3% is 0.4% globally. So globally, we have just 0.4% fresh water. So we must take a second look at what we are doing. Next, please. Now, when you come to Ghana, we have classified our rivers into 3 systems. We have the Volta river systems, comprising the black, the white, the red Volta, OT, and the main Volta, making up 70%. Then we have the southwestern rivers, comprising of Tano, Bia, and Cobra, Brim, Ofin, making up 22%. And the list is the coastal rivers. That's Shinakwa, Ayensu, Densu, also making up 8%. So these are the 3 river systems that we have classified in Ghana. Now coming to the Galamsey issues. The country is endowed with mineral resources, and gold accounts for 90% of all the resources. However, illegal mining has devastated the areas, vast areas of the country. And as we speak, 60% of our water bodies have been contaminated. The toxic metals employed include mercury, of course, arsenic is a byproduct, lead, cyanide. And these have rendered many drinking water unsafe. It's also bioaccumulating in fish and entering the human food chain. The use of mercury began about 50 years ago when it became too difficult for the small-scale miners to extract the gold from the rocks. Now, the optimal ratio of mercury to gold is 1:1. But in Ghana, most of the Galamseyers use a lot of the mercury. They do so because they want to ensure that all the available gold is amalgamated or extracted. So they use excessive mercury in the extraction. And that is where the problem sets in. This shows a typical flow chart of the artisanal gold mining. So the ore is crushed, mixed with water, concentrated, amalgamated, and then heated to get the gold. In so doing, they make use of the nearby rivers or water bodies. Now, how does the mercury get into the system? So from the concentrate, it is amalgamated. So the amalgam is a mixture of mercury and gold, 1:1. So when the amalgam is heated, the mercury is released into the rivers, of course the sediment as well, and the fishes. And then through the heating, it escapes into the atmosphere. The workers and passers-by also inhale the mercury. It gets into the soil, and eventually it contaminates our vegetables and other food crops. Next. So these are the problems associated with the illegal mining. There are a lot. I'll just list a few, especially the contamination of food and cash crops, depletion of our forest reserves, and then the degradation of our water bodies. So these were the scenes in 2018 from the Ankobra, Brim, and the Pra rivers, from different sections of the rivers. Next. Then they became worse as the years progressed. So these were the scenes in 2024. Densu, Atakwadum, Enum Atekonongo, Ankobra Prisia, and the rest. Okay. So the top photo shows the uncovered pits, ducts, by the small-scale miners. So this is from the Ankobra Basin, and that one is from the Pra Basin. So currently, as we speak, next, all the southwestern rivers are heavily polluted, and then they are also laced with high turbidity levels. In the midst of our woes, we also have foreign nationals involved. And whilst we are crying, they are enjoying the chibum. And that's the irony of the situation. Now, this chart shows the turbidity values from 2017 to 2024. Now, as you recall, in 2017, the government placed a ban on illegal mining. So if you see that between 2017 and 2018, there was a drop in almost all the rivers because of the ban that the government placed. Now, after the ban, then the levels began to shoot up again. So this is where the ban was placed between 2017 and 2018. Next. Now, these are the current values that we are getting from the earthworks. So this is the Pra River. Now, the blue line denotes the capacity of the plant. So for the Dabuasi, the capacity is around 200 portability. The plant is designed to contain this capacity. Now we are getting 10,000 plus. In the same vein, if you come to Section Himan, that's the blue line is the capacity, portability. And we are getting 8,000 thereabout. Currently it's around 8,000. So the same goes for the Brim River at Osino. The capacity is around 50, and we are getting also around 10,000 or thereabout. So it goes on and on and on. So all the plants are exceeding their capacity in terms of the turbidity. So this is the current values I obtained between January and April. So these are the average values. So as I said, the Section Himan is around 8,000 as we speak. Then we have the Dabuasi. So if you have between 0 and 150, then we'll say we have a low turbidity. And then more than 500, we are saying the water is polluted. So except the Koforidua headworks, which takes its source from the water lake, all the rest are heavily polluted as we speak. Next. So we all heard of the Konyakun shutdown, and that is the treatment plant at Konyakun. Please, okay. So that is what goes on at Konyakun. That's the color of the water that they treat. No wonder it was shut down. We have others which have been shut down. I will show in the next slide. But this is from the Konyakun treatment plant, which was shut down recently. The next. Good. So these are official values obtained from Ghana Water Limited. So they are not just conjectures. So all these have been shut down. As we speak, it's only Bonsa and Konyakun that have started operation, but they are not yet to their full capacity. These three, just this morning I confirmed, because 2024, I was surprised. I confirmed this morning, all the three are still down. They are not in operation. So I asked my colleague that where is the source of water? And he said the other source, it could be the tanker water or probably from borehole. So these three have been shut down as we speak. Next. Now we have two ways of assessing water quality. Either we use the WHO guidelines or the Ghana Standards Authority standards. We could also use the Water Quality Index to assess or classify a water body. So for the Water Quality Index, we measure these parameters and then use the Solway Water Quality Index to classify. After measuring them, you integrate them and into a single number to 0. Now, when we are done, you have to go through a process. We classify them into good water, fairly good water, poor water, and then grossly polluted water based on the percentages. Okay. So after you have computed for more polluted, between 50 and 80, we say it's fairly good. Between 25 and 50% is poor quality, and then less than 25% is grossly polluted. So this is a survey classification of water bodies. Now this was earlier, between 2005 and 2008. And after computing, we noticed that most of the rivers were in the class 2. That's a fairly good. That was the earlier stage. Currently, as we speak, they are in the class 3, moving slowly towards class 4 if nothing is done. So this is between 2005 and 2021. So they are mostly in the class 3 stage. The class 3 is of poor quality. If nothing is done, then to move into the 4th stage, that is poor or grossly polluted water. Now let's look at Ghana's water scarcity. Okay, so these were computed without environmental stresses. So if you take an individual like you or I, the water that you have is 1,568 meter cube per person per year. So per year, this is the water that individual will have for cooking, for drinking, for bathing, blah, 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 blah. As the years go by, you see that it's decreasing because of population size. Once again, these are without environmental stresses. So when the environmental stresses come in, then the situation will be very serious. If you take the water basin, so this is the amount of water per person for those who rely on the water basin alone. So once again, the values are decreasing because of the years, 2030, 2040, and the like. So this is the outlook of Ghana's water scarcity without environmental stresses. And as I said, if you bring in the Galamsey and other issues, the values will be very, very, very low. So currently, if you take the Densu, it's under water scarcity. If you take the green one, PRA, also this is absolute water scarcity, and this water scarcity. The blue one is the water basin, and this is under no stress. Of course, these are also under no stress because of without the stresses. But if you bring the stresses, they will move to the water scarcity area. The next. Please move on. So the current situation has resulted in water scarcity in some areas. As we notice, some treatment plants have been shut down. So as a result, there's a need to reflect on what is going on in terms of the costs involved. Next. Now, this is a scenario I want to project. So, from a treatment plant, let's say we have a raw water volume of 111,000 meter cube of water. For drinking water, the turbidity must come to 5 NTU. Now, this is the turbidity of the water we are talking about. The color should be between, 15 is for the WHO, and then the Ghana standard is 5. And this is the color of the water. So in treating this, to get these turbidity or color values, we will need about 110,000 cedis of chemical. Electricity will cost about 77,000. So if you put the two together, if you have to treat this to meet the guidelines, then we are spending about 200,000 Ghana cedis. This is without other costs. I'm only focusing on the chemical and electricity costs. Oh, please. Now, conventionally, for water treatment, the allowable loss is 10%, maximum 10%. But because of the Galamsey issue, this amount of water goes into waste. So instead of a loss of 10%, we are losing about 22% of the water because of the polluted state of the water. Next, okay. So, these are the monies or the cost spent by Ghana Water. These are official figures. So, in 2022, they spent 96 million cedis just on chemicals for the entire country. Just on chemicals. In 2023, they spent 222 million cedis. 2024, they spent 282 million cedis just on chemical costs. And these are official figures obtained from Ghana Water Limited. So they are not just conjectures. Well, this year has not ended. But looking at the trend, it could go high. Now let's look at this scenario. I've selected some river basins. These are the drainage areas, the lengths, the weight, and the discharge. So when we take the Pra River, the amount of water in the Pra River is 4.83 billion cubic meter. Can you treat this? If you take Ankobra, the amount of water in the Ankobra basin is 1.20 billion cubic meters. Now currently, Ghana Water Limited spends between 10 and 15 cedis per meter cube of water. For each meter cube, they spend between 10 and 15 cedis because of the Galamsey issues. Otherwise, it will be around 5 or less. Okay, let's take the lowest amount, 10 cedis. So, if you are going to treat the Pra, this is the volume of water we have. So multiply this by 10. So we need 48.3 million cedis to treat just the Pra alone. Do we have that money? If you take Ankobra alone, you need 12 billion cedis because each meter cube is 10 cedis. So it's that simple mathematics, multiply by 10. So we need 12 billion cedis to treat the Ankobra, and it goes on and on. So the situation is very critical. Now I want to move on to the forest reserves. We have 288 forest reserves in the country, and that covers nearly 2.6 million hectares. And as we speak, 44 of the forest reserves have been affected. And these are the breakdowns. In fact, I have 5,200, but I think this morning Mr. Kotoko said it's around 10,000 or so, if I'm right. Okay, so I need to revise this. But this is what I had before coming. So these are the forest reserves which have been affected. So Ashanti region tops with 14, Western region 12, Western North is 12, Western region is 11, and the least is Savannah, which is 1. So these have been affected. In fact, Erastus Asaredonko also confirmed this in June when we met at the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. And then there was remote sensing studies done between 2018 and 2023. And that shows that around 5% of the forest cover will be affected, annually. Okay, so what are the causes of the infiltration? So I have classified them into 3. We have the institutional issues, logistical issues, and then political. So the institutional issues involve the weak enforcement, overlapping of the mandates, the Forestry Commission, Environmental Protection Authority, Mineral Commission. And we think sometimes there are overlaps in the mandates. And as a result, this impedes the effective monitoring and prosecution of the offenders. If you look at the logistical issues, you have the inadequate patrols, lack of surveillance equipment, inadequate legal deterrence, and these have allowed the miners to operate within the reserves. The political issues comprise of the political interference, complicity by the local authorities, and these have also undermined the national anti-Galamsey campaigns. Next, please. So talking of the impacts on the forest, it affects the forest resources, including the reserves, and this also eventually have a toll on the biodiversity as well as watershed protection. It also impacts on the deforestation, and then it also alters the hydrological system. Then we have the ecological systems that go beyond just the removal of the vegetation to the disruption of the natural structure. Next. So it continues. The ecosystem services are also affected, talking of the carbon sequestration, the soil stabilization, and then also the water regulations. These are all undermined and threatens the environmental sustainability goals. So what can be done? If you ask me, the first thing is to stop Galamsey. And let me state here that no matter the intervention that we put in place, if the Galamsey is not stopped, I can assure you it will yield nothing. It's like going to fetch water in a basket. You fetch the water, everything is poured out. So we must target stopping the Galamsey. I showed the Pra River, about 4.83 billion cubic meters. Are you going to treat all this water? Even granted that we treat all the 4.83 and the Galamsey is not stopped, what have we achieved? Even granted that we have treated all and the Galamsey is ongoing, what have we achieved? So the first step is to make sure that we have stopped the Galamsey. I mean, we must find alternatives. We can discuss that during the second session. My sister institute, the Forestry Research Institute of Ghana, is also doing some trials with some species to plant on the degraded land. So once the Galamsey is stopped, I think we can also start implementing some of these things to restore our degraded land. They are doing some trials at Kumasi. So these are some cost estimates and interventions. For instance, if you want to tackle enforcement using drones and patrols, the Ministry of Lands and Forestry, Natural Resources, in 2021 estimated 40 million cedis over a 5-year period. These are all the resources. Dollars, $40 million for the 5 years. And in talk of plant enrichment, we will spend around 50 million cedis for 5,000 hectares of land based on Forestry Commission 2020. Photo remediation, about 3 million cedis for 20 sites. And if you want to stabilize the river banks, we will need about 5 million for 100 kilometers of land. And these are the references. Education and then sediment dredging. We also need about 10 million cedis just for 10 rivers. And these are from the EPA and the Ghana Water Limited in 2021. So these are mainly from 2021 and 2020. So definitely now the figures or the amounts will go higher. Okay, so some challenges and proposed solutions. So the challenges are the high cost of the remediation technologies, weak enforcement of mining regulations, resistance from communities who depend on the Galamsey incomes, and a limited technical expertise. So the proposed solutions, there must be political will to enforce the regulations. There must be temporary mining moratorium. If you stop the Galamsey, we have something we call self-cleansing or self-purification. The water can restore by itself. That is when you stop the water. Because every river has its source, and the source is usually not polluted. So assuming everything is washed into the sea, then the source will replenish the river. So if you leave for about 3 to 5 years, I'm very certain that the rivers will be restored. You also have the community participation and a multi-stakeholder collaboration or engagement like we are doing now. So I've been signaled by my chairperson. So I want to draw some few conclusions that the quality of water is declining and future water scarcity in Ghana will grow, driven by the population as well as the climate change. The Ghana Water Limited is facing severe challenges as a result of the heavily polluted water coming to the treatment plants and associated cost of treatment. The Galamsey menace is an existential threat to health, national security, as well as Ghana's ability to achieve the SDG goals, particularly Goal 6. Therefore, it should be tackled with all the seriousness that it deserves. Now, the entry, I don't know if it has been passed. Maybe my MPs will educate me. But I think around October 14th, the Attorney General Minister said he will lay the LI 250 in Parliament. I don't know if it has been laid. Not yet. Oh, okay. So if you do that to replace the LI 2462, then this will prevent the mining in forest areas, and then it will halt the biodiversity loss as well as soil degradation, among others. On that note, I want to say thank you very much.
Okay, I think Doc has laid a very firm foundation, and therefore we are going to have our panelists join him up there. Panelists, I think the Galamsey has fixed my eye. Yeah. So I'd like to invite, no, please take the chair, not the green chair, the lovely green chair there. You know, the next one. I want to invite to join Doc up there, Dr. Hugh Clement Adokwe Brown. Dr. Brown, are you available? Fabulous. You are representing him. Fabulous. Please join us up there. And then I want to invite Darrell Bosu, Deputy National Director, Operations, Aerocha, Ghana. Then I would like to invite Right, thank you very much. So I believe it's Mr. Noble Eshan, Forest Services Division, Forestry Commission. And then I think that Dr. Bosu has been introduced to us already, Darrell Bosu. We've just listened to Dr. Kojo Ansong Asante. And then finally, I want to introduce a lady, Angelique Shika Akwalu, Data and Technical Consultant, Center for Extractives and Development Africa. Auntie Angelique, can you join us? Fabulous. Okay, now, Senior, come and get this. So, one of you people left it. Okay. Do you want it? I wanted to find out what I can do. Well, I'm happy to be shouting from here. Is there a mic? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, let's go. Come and get this one. No, get this. That's more important. Okay. Pardon? And then, where's my chair? Now go. You go. Right. Are they all nicely? Okay. Okay. Great. It's Dr. Bosu and it'll pick. Okay, right. Right, so folks, this one we were all here and Dr. Asante spoke. He's given us some very hard figures and some very frightening pictures. But it's not something we are not aware of. Maybe we didn't know the details and the extent of the damage. What has prevented us, in your view, from taking action on the damage that it causes us from our various perspectives? Perhaps, Mr. Eshan, I should start from you. You know, gather some thoughts from you. I mean, he made an incursion into the forestry, forgive the pun, made an incursion into the forestry sector. But from your perspective, and looking at the implications and the dangers, what has prevented us from taking the action that we need to take in this area?
Thank you very much. Actually, we would, as a forestry commissioner, representative of forestry commission, we wouldn't underscore the issues that Doc raised. Yes, the illegal mining is a menace and it's causing a lot of devastation. And as a commission in the past, we have had our constraints, actually, staffing and others. And this has led us to where we are. However, as a commission, we have put together strategies and in collaboration with other agencies that I believe if we carry on would help us address this issue. Right. Currently, the Forestry Commission have developed a five-pronged strategy. I believe my Deputy Chief Executive highlighted on them. These are primarily strengthening law enforcement and regulatory regime, something that Doc highlighted during his presentation. And then also we are looking at stakeholder engagement and education. This is something that we've been carrying on out, and we wouldn't say it's been effective at certain stages, but we still have to ensure that much of it is carried out. And then almighty provision of alternative livelihoods, you know. And then also we will have to look at restoring these mined out sites. And currently we have our records indicate that we have about 8,531 hectares of forest reserve area, not only the forest reserve areas, the impacted 49 forest reserves. We have about a little over 8,000 hectares impacted, which we will have to look at restoring. And then continuous surveillance and monitoring together with all relevant agencies and security services.
Are you going to do differently this time? Because to speak the gospel truth, these five-pronged strategy areas have been areas we have been prescribing over the past 2 decades in different forms, in different levels. You know, law enforcement, regulation, and strengthening education, alternative livelihoods. I talked to you about the all-male grass cutters, and the issue of restoration, you know, and mine closures and those kinds of things, and also the continuous monitoring. What are you going to do different? Don't answer me now. I'm going around. When I come, you'll be ready. What are we going to ensure this time, dear, it will take? It will take. Right. Auntie Angelique, I'm on your case. What are your thoughts? I mean, you've been working in this area. What has prevented us from being able to make a difference, a change in this kind? Oh, please proceed. Yeah.
I will say that Thank you. Question, I should say.
Please go ahead.
So I believe there has been action in this space. I mean, we have heard several times it mentioned today of the Operation Vanguard and the other operations that have been taken, and as well as other enforcement actions that have been taken. I believe they haven't been effective enough, and I would say the reason is primarily because of the complexity of the space. Right, there's a lot of nuance that exists in these spaces, and when you enter them, it will be hard for you to navigate from an external point of view. So there's a core understanding of how the spaces work and the motivations of the miners that is needed to have effective enforcement of the regulations and rules that we need to make sure that these miners are either not mining at all or mining in environmentally safe ways. Because if you have these miners in their communities and they've discovered that there are gold deposits in some corners of their forests that are close to their communities, they know pathways to those mining areas that outsiders would not. So they would if you are going to bring enforcement officers from outside the community, their ability is limited in terms of the community members. It's one of the main reasons why enforcement hasn't been at the
Right. So because the initiatives have been enforced from one, externally enforced, and two, the complexity, not looking at it in its totality, have been some of the factors that have impeded our ability to be effective in that regard.
I would say so.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Yes. Suppose what do you, Dr. What do you think?
I'm not a doctor yet, so let me correct that. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Let me first of all appreciate the information shared by Dr. Anson Asante. But the fact is that this information has been staring us in the face all this while. Our legislators, the politicians, almost all of us in the sector have been privy to this information in terms of the devastating impact of all the gold that we are taking out of our land. Now, if you ask why are we not being able to address this issue, I think Doc did mention a few of them, but I also want to say that the biggest has been the fact that as a people, we have not ensured that we've balanced our access of our natural resources to develop the nation. Once we start talking about just prioritizing one commodity over everything else, then we fail to prioritize the other needs of society, which are also equally important. And the reason why I say this is that no one is saying that mining the minerals in this land is bad. As a country, we are endowed, we must take advantage of it, but it must be done in a responsible way. But when you come to a point where a particular commodity displaces every other needs of the state, then we are failing as a people to balance our development needs. And that I must say that is also as a result of failure of leadership to make sure that really happens. I mean, you talk about law enforcement, you talk about the corruption aspect. All of this is the reason why law enforcement is failing, is because leadership is not ensuring accountability and responsibility. Those who are supposed to hold the helm of affairs on behalf of you and I. So for as long as leadership fails in prioritizing and ensuring balance, the people on the ground also have the same. The state does not respect our comprehensive development or our balanced development. They are only interested in the gold. So if I'm also going for the gold, then who cares? And that for me, I think, is where we should start really emphasizing where action must be done. Now, one of the things that has not come out yet, if you look at the presentation that has been done, is the fact that we have LUPSA, Land Use and Spatial Authority Act, which talks clearly about integrated land use of this country. But somehow, because of one commodity, every other aspect of Ghana's integrated land use planning has been set aside. Because for as long as the gold under your house, and I've even heard statement that if we find gold even under Jubilee, we'll take it. So this is how bad we have failed as a people to balance our development. And until we really sit down, reorient ourselves as a people, and work on our leadership, we are going to continue discussing it. Because these issues and these facts have been staring us in the face for God knows how many years.
Thank you very much. So, Doc, you've caught your breath enough. What are your thoughts on why? Why? Because, Doc, I think you've been in this business more than 20 years. Did you not know that the water was spoiling?
I showed my first slide. That was 2016. And we predicted that by 2013, if nothing is done, we are going to have a water crisis. So we knew. But see, in this country, like the Gamma will say, about that way, when you speak, they will not listen. So I will just add to what Mr. Bosu said, is enforcement. And enforcement, I will not only look at the government, even the chiefs are also part. Because the chiefs are closer to the land than the government. So the chiefs are also party to be blamed. Because the chiefs give out the lands for people to work on. So if I have not given out my land for illegal mining, and someone is doing illegal mining on the land, I think the chiefs must rise up together with the citizens to stop the person doing that. Because I did not release the land to you to do illegal mining. But, sorry to say, they are also complicit. And that is where we are now. So we need to enforce the law. Madam, you and I travel outside. You can't drink pure water and then leave the sachet on the floor. The law will catch up with you. But here, people do, they just litter, nobody will talk. If I go to say right now, it's too known. See, that is our bane. So we must all be part of the solution of the problem. We should not leave it only to the government. The government takes a chunk of the problem. I understand. But the rest of us must also be part. The chiefs and the opinion leaders. So these are my initial submissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted by what you've just said, because even if we want to develop the solution homegrown, locally owned, oh, they are very complicit. They are very, very, very complicit. Money is flowing into the communities. They are not getting plantain, but hey, who cares? There's a lot of gold. There's a lot of flashy cars going on in these communities. How? So, yeah, maybe externally driven solutions have not worked. We need to co-create with the local people. But they are also far from innocent in this endeavor. So back to you, Mr. Ishan. What are we going to do differently this time? Differently this time to make sure that these strategies work.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Yes, in the Forestry Commission has actually been engaging in this fight for long. But we are all aware that about 15 years ago, when you are talking about forest reserve management, about 15, 20 years ago, illegal mining wasn't much of an issue. I remember when I was in the university studying forestry, mining as an agent of deforestation wasn't so much highlighted, because mining was being responsibly done in contained areas, until recently when everybody became aware that, and technology developed that you can extract gold easily. So we were, as a forestry commission, we were alone, kind of alone, carrying out the fight inside our forest reserves. So it made enforcement of the law very, very difficult for us. But now, with the realization that the effects will not be only limited to the forest reserve, and that it's only the forest manager who will be chastised for not carrying out his work. Everybody everywhere would have been affected one way or the other. You look at the gory picture painted by the researchers, water turbidity, heavy metals in food crops and animals and all these things. Everybody, one way or the other, would be affected. So now we are not alone in the fight as a forestry commission. If I don't do my work well as a forestry commission, I'm going to be chastised by Darabusu. And the communities, everybody is looking up to me to ensure that the forest is protected. So now when I call on them, I will get the requisite assistance. Of course, we are constrained by resources, but I believe now that the awareness has been created. If resources are provided and then we embark on what we have put on paper, we believe we are going to chalk a lot of success in that regard, with respect to our forest reserves, actually. But then there's little as a forestry commission we can do when we come to outside our delineated forest reserves. That one, there are some other agencies that would have to lead, and then as a forestry commission, we provide technical assistance.
So, with all of this discussion, I just want you to give us a picture. If you had your own way, what would be the ideal solution, the ideal process that we should follow to effect the change that we want? Looking at the multitude of interested parties, suppliers, investors, hangers on, for example, side checks, all of those. All of them is an investment. I mean, if you had your own way, what would be your ideal solution to addressing or limiting the negative impacts of it?
So, the ideal way for me, and it might be an unpopular opinion, but it's investment into the sector. I think that right now the ASM sector is largely financed by the informal sector, and those dynamics are partly and largely what affects how the sector operates. These miners get their financing from informal handshake agreements. So they have their financiers, their sponsors, and these sponsors feel like the capital requirements, the capital requirements are quite heavy on them. Because if you're financing a mine, what you're doing there is you're paying the wages for all the laborers there, you are feeding them. If they're eating 2 or 3 times a day, if they're working the whole day, you're feeding them. You are paying hospital bills for any laborer that gets hospitalized, any conditions you are footing that bill. And then the equipment costs come, right? And those are very, very heavy costs, especially when you come into the ASM sector. You have them renting excavators and these big machinery for per day, and these rates go very high. So even if you have the machinery sitting on your concession or your mineable land, you are paying for it at very high rates. And because they are getting their money from these final sources, they are trying to maximize it as much as possible. So no miner that doesn't have to, that is not incentivized to, is going to pay an extra day for the excavator to use to reclaim the land he has mined. So with formal financing, introducing formal financing to the sector where we say that, okay, I will finance the operations, but you have to be environmentally compliant. You have to mine this way, and no, you cannot mine here and there and there. So through formal financing, if the government can find ways to invest into the sector, introduce the mercury-free technology in ways that are accessible to these miners, I believe that they will damage, that they should be incentivized to share in the solution, and that is how we get it delivered.
Okay. So if I'm hearing you right, then these initiatives don't come cheap. Government should offer, or there should be some arrangement for formal financing, and we use that to leverage appropriate ways of doing these things,
yes,
as well as technology. We use that exact the standards.
Exactly. Governments should find ways to invest in the sector, but also should incentivize banks to also officially finance the sector. I mean, it's very, very unstable, which is why formal financing institutions like banks do not want to play in that sector. And also the tag about the ecological damage that happens is not one they'd want to associate with. So formal financing is a tool to get them to operate more environmentally conscious.
Okay, so I see that the proposal she has made is looking at the carrot aspect of the solution. But I also believe that in dealing with this issue, we also should have a stick approach. A stick. There's a carrot and stick. And what she's spoken about is more about incentives for the mining sector, formalization, and even helping them to access more financing to improve the work they're doing. I see those as incentives for the mining or the extractive sector already. But I think that we also need a very strong and bold, uncompromising leadership to ensure that the existing regulations of the land that has to do with how the minerals are taken from wherever is done responsibly and in the right way. I say this because it is not that Ghana, we don't have laws and regulations when it comes to taking the gold or the minerals out of our land. It's just that we have failed at ensuring compliance. So that is where, whilst we are giving incentive to the miners, we should also demand of them some compliance in relation to existing rules that are there. Then there should also be an opportunity for the same miners to also be held accountable in investing and reclaiming the lands that they themselves have contributed in destroying. And this is where I think we need to really look at the polluter pay principle. It shouldn't be an issue of tokenism, where we think that because they are small-scale miners or because they are Ghanaians who are mining, we can maybe charge them a small fee to fix something. But even with a small fee, we know it doesn't really cover the whole extent of the damage. So this should be real cost that is internalized as part of the mining that will make us rethink whether indeed the mining that we have been doing all these years is really contributing to our economic development or not. I'm saying this because in 2020, the World Bank issued a report, what they call the Country Environment Analysis Report, that highlighted the fact that 11% of our GDP is lost to environmental degradation coming from the unsustainable ways by which we use the environment. And if that is the situation, if we really take a critical look at the investment or the profit so far we've been making from all the gold mining, take 11% out of it, you realize that you are really losing a big chunk of that. So I believe that whilst we put in place incentives, there needs to be strong and bold enforcement of regulations. If we don't do that, and as you heard from the presentation, the key challenge has to do with the absence of law enforcement, as it's supposed to be. Otherwise, we'll keep doing this over and over again.
The way I'm hearing it, there is a lot of indication that there has to be, government should provide kinds of incentives. There has to be the stick also, exacting accountability and exacting adherence to responsibility and enforcement. And somebody threw in the word leadership also. What kind of, you see, all of these incentives and things must go with a certain mental shift. You see what I'm saying? Behavior, also the incentive for somebody who barely scrapes through her economics, people will respond to, the incentives must be right. Otherwise, they'll just go right back to what they were doing. But can we also work on the mindsets? Can we encourage people to be more future-oriented? Can we say to the chiefs, you've gotten enough, your people have enough, but think of the children to come. What kind of mindset shifts do we need to do and how? Because you're talking about rivers resting and then revitalizing themselves. What kind of mindset shifts do we require?
Okay, thank you, madam. Like you rightly said, if you don't provide a good alternative, the guys will not stop it. This I agree. So in my view, what I think we should do is that I'm glad of the government's intervention. What's the term? Pardon? No, the one the government launched some few No, not anonymous. The responsible mining, good. Responsible mining. I think, in my view, that's the way to go. But what should be added or what should be done is that I know UMAT some time back came out with a technology to refine the gold without the use of mercury. I think they're called borax or something. So what I will advise that I think the government must engage UMAT, train more people on the use of this technique or technology, and then deploy them to these community miners to educate them on how to do the mining without polluting or contaminating the water. That, I think, should be the way to go. Once they are educated, and they also should be educated that these are the effects that we have on them as well as the general population. Of course, they may know, but we must keep on educating. So the government should employ people and study the human technology and then distribute them along the community miners. Engage them on the responsible mining so that they don't contaminate the water. Now, when this becomes successful or we see that it's working, then we can focus our attention on the degraded land by planting species that will bring back the fertility of the land and allowing the water to recede into the sea eventually, and then trying to replenish the rivers back. I think that, in my small opinion, that I think it should be the way to go. Otherwise, the boys will not stop. If you ask them to go and do mushroom farming, plantain farming, they will not do. So let's guide them so that they don't destroy the environment. Of course, you also need the good for development. So you should try to balance the two. Whilst we are getting the good, at the same time, we are not also destroying the environment. So I think we should re-engage the UMAT guys on the technology that they developed. And then we use that to guide the community miners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that there has to be a stronger linkage between governments and research institutions like UMAT. In fact, there are many good pilot initiatives.
Yes, but we're not implementing
but
them.
we need to engage and upscale and all of these kinds of things. And I'm wondering what, Mr. Ishan, you are thinking, about mindset change, about collaboration, and about leadership. As this Nkomo has been swirling around, what are you thinking?
Yes, actually, those illegal miners, when they move to sites, they move from communities within or around the area. They live in the communities. They do all sorts of activity. They engage them, So it's the communities themselves and their leaders who would have to help us by saying enough is enough. Don't come and destroy our land. Don't come and degrade our forests. So as a commission, we have a proposal to kind of develop a league table of sustainable, we call it responsibility league table, environmental responsibility league table, where we would name and shame communities and their leaders. So we would want to go to the olden days where people are afraid to enter the forest and do what is not right. So with such a thing, communities they themselves will be policing each other and would be preventing these kind of activities. And in doing so, we would also have to institute probably an award scheme for communities that really enforce responsible environmental activities in their areas. So we believe that these two, in addition to whatever is being discussed, would also go a long way to get the communities or the local people to assist us in dealing with the menace.
Yes, I just want to add quickly to what has been said on coordination between the agencies. I think Dr. Sans's presentation showed that one of the challenges was coordination between the regulating institutions. I would say that that is the case in terms of right from the beginning where the licensing of the miners happens and also with enforcement. That coordination can be enhanced significantly with data sharing between these institutions. So that would be also better facilitated through digital public infrastructure that allows ease of information sharing and therefore better enforcement outcomes.
Yes, thank you. On mindset changing, I think it's very important. And I must say that I would always still come back to leadership. Because as you heard, some years back, if you hear anybody wanting to invest in any venture, they won't think about going to do Galamsey. But now, when people are thinking about investing in a venture, you'll be surprised that you go to some of the communities, people who are even running provision shops, come together, mobilize some money, and give it to a Galamsey person to go and do illegal activities on their behalf. Back in the day, it would have been about going to do cocoa farm or something more productive and something more legal. So I believe that if we start seeing the state itself, our leadership, not compromising and treating this issue of Galamsey with kid gloves, making sure that people who are found culpable in leading and facilitating Galamsey are held accountable, it will let people start changing their mind shift that look, the state is no longer tolerating an illegality. And let us all move towards sustainable use of our natural resources. So the mind shift is important. It can be done with the state using the laws. It can also be done with the state making sure that they do comprehensive awareness and reorientation in our communities. Here, NCC can support. Here, the media can support greatly. And I've always said that with the fight against Galamsey, the state needs to really bring on board the media, particularly, so that they can start running communication materials and information that will get people to rethink the things that they are doing. Then NCC can also support significantly in taking the message to our communities, also working with the Information Services Department and all of that. So I believe that mindset shift is very crucial. Leadership must take the role, but also awareness and sensitization is very critical in making that happen.
Now, this is a panel, and the seniors and betters here have raised a number of critical ideas. I'm going to open it to the free for all. First of all, I want to recognize, am I recognizing you? Yes, please. After him, who? Honorable, you are number 2. And then I just want to Reverend, somebody should give it for me very quickly. Yes.
Thank you so much for the brilliant questions and the discussions. A few questions. One of the panelists rightly recommended an award scheme, I think as Doc from the Water Research Institute, for communities that promote responsible mining. Okay, Forestry Commission, great. What about communities that condone irresponsible mining? What kind of, what should be done to them collectively in order to give effect to the principle of collective responsibility? Let me stop here. I'll come back depending on the way the response goes.
All right, thank you. I have quite a number, but because of time, I will just harp on the on what we are doing on the technological invasion in this extractive industry. You see, ever since the advent of the legalization of the artisanal mining, Galamsey mining, to small-scale mining, where every 25 acres can be licensed as a concession, every 25 acres. So we have so many of licenses. So if you gather small money somewhere, you just maneuver your way through, get the license, and then you get to that stage of working to extract the gold. The challenge from 2008 to 2009 coming has been the invasion of these excavators and all that. You see, in those days, people would just identify a rock somewhere, and for 20 years, they would be at one spot. Under my father's cocoa farm, we had pits, and the cocoa was doing so well, but the pits were there. People were going underground to extract the rocks, to dig for the rocks, and then come up to extract the gold from the rocks. And for years, we lived with that situation without any serious environmental consequences. But here, one excavator in a night can destroy about the whole that 25 acres in one night, one excavator. So, I don't know, the laws governing how to control the importation of these excavators. A lot of the ones that, I don't know who spoke about the excavators that have been imported. I think it's the minister's speech. I can assure him that this thing has been done before with the, how do you call that thing? The sensors, monitors, trackers. I've seen some in those years, but they were still going to the forest. They are not meant, they say, oh, they are imported for road construction, for irrigation projects. But they are in my backyard destroying the environment. So I think is it Dr. Bosu, right? Garibosu. Yes, you mentioned it, that the laws are not too stringent enough. We've passed several laws, but compliance has been a problem, and it's all because we are all complicit. Everybody is involved in such a way that from the laborer to the top man there. So how can we enforce that? I think that is where I've been emphasizing that the political class, whether we like it or not, this thing hangs around our necks. So because I'm out of power, then I encourage it. If I'm in power, I discourage it. Is that a possibility? Until all of us come together and say, look, we damn the consequences. We are going to make sure that this thing stops. It will stop. Otherwise, we are just scratching the surface. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Auntie Esther. We ordinary working people or ordinary citizens in the country say things differently, and those who are our leaders say things differently. Because I think sometimes there's rationalization, and if we moved away from that, it would help. One of the panelists strongly pointed out how much mining itself has not helped us. How much do we get out of it? For me, that is the point we need to begin. It doesn't help it goes to individuals and it serves their interest. Greed has been mentioned this morning, and I think those are some of the things we need to look at. Now, I am wondering why the chiefs are not represented here. Would it be too far-fetched to have invited the chiefs? Because they are a very, very strong partner of the conversation here. And we have mentioned them several times. In fact, for me, and this is very personal to me, this is not about the organization I represent. This is very personal. I think if the politicians and the chiefs led, we would get to the solution that we are all yearning, because we've been talking back and forth, and we will continue talking if the rationalization continues. Now, something very funny we've been talking about with some personal friends. Perhaps if you went into a Galamsey area and you shot 2 or 3 people, everybody else will run away. Reverend, I'm sure you won't agree with us, but it's something that we've been, laughing about. You just target 2 or 3 people and you shoot them. Everybody else will run away and they won't go back there. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm Honorable Engineer Yao Gomado, Member of Parliament on Parliamentary Select Committee, Environment, Science and Technology. Some 2 years ago, we took a tour in Ashanti region to witness the effect of Galamsey. In fact, it wasn't something that, it's no joke. We got to Asanko mines, and they were doing surface mining. Where they heap their soil, the town folks are also parasiting on the soil for their Galamsey, whilst the company is collecting the soil to their industry or their refinery. So we asked why such a conflict, and they told us that the chiefs encouraged the town youth to do the Galamsey on what they spent money to collect. And I asked myself, are there no elders in the house? The Ashanti region land, there is a custodian of that land, a powerful person. When this information gets to him, I don't know if he's aware. With all due respect, I'm talking about the Ashanti Hini. He's a custodian of the Ashanti region land. A word from him is so powerful to stop those chiefs from misbehaving. Then why? Why investors are spending money and then the chiefs in the town are asking their youth to go and take the same soil heaped for their part of their business or whatever I should call it? That is one. 2, we've also observed that the Galamseyers are not the natives, because I heard some of them speaking languages that I understood. That means it is not the local boys, the youth who are doing that. It's foreign nationals who have engaged into that. So I will support the lady who said we should begin to fire them so that they don't come back. I will support it. It's not, from all that we gathered, it's not the natives who are involved in the Galamsey activities. It is the foreign nationals who are brought from somewhere. My 3rd point is we must go back into underground mining. I don't see the difference between Galamsey and small-scale mining. There are no difference in it. But when you encourage underground mining, whoever wants to mine should have the capacity to go into underground mining. It has been there, and we don't see pollution of our waters. But when we allow the surface mining, you realize that the pollution of the water bodies effect have begun. So Galamsey, small-scale mining, surface mining should cease. Let's go back. Obuasi, the British has been mining there for over 100 years. They don't pollute any water. We know Obuasi, there is mining. I think it's about 30 feet below the earth. Let's go back to underground mining. And to me, that will stop this, Galamsey. When you have found mining surface, the law will take up with you and they deal with you accordingly. So to me, these are the three things that I've observed. The important one is, let's go back to the underground mining and stop the surface mining. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks to Doctor and all the panelists. You know, when I listen to presentations like this, I'm always baffled and amazed. And what comes to my mind is that we are facing more of a philosophical problem in Ghana. And why am I saying that? Because if you have a nation that you are in front of death and you don't see the need to run away from death, St. Augustine talks about the instinct of life, that even when you are driving, you see a mad person. When the car is coming, he's running away. So why would Ghana not take action in this phase of death? So it shows that we are people who are despaired. We are ready to die. We want to extinguish ourselves, and we are not thinking about the future. That is just the way. Then the second point I'm making, Doctor, do we have also a statistics of those who have done good mining, like those who have the SSS, the licensed ones? Do we really have a number of them who are mining according to stipulation, according to regulations? They have the retaining walls, they have the waters on the... Do we have some of them so far with all? If we can also have a statistics of that. Then when it comes to the government rolling out responsible community mining, shared community mining, responsible community mining, when I was doing my research, I did something on Galamsey, I went to a couple of those community mining, and there was no difference between the Galamsey and the community mining. Meanwhile, you see the president picture there, they came to inaugurate. So if we are talking about responsible, can we have one or two or three mining where the government will come in, get people who are responsible, and then can they do exactly what we are talking about? So they become like a model. They become a satellite, a pilot for others to emulate. Otherwise, it become the same propaganda. We just change, add just one little letter, and then the same old thing is going on. Meanwhile, we don't see any difference. So if we really want responsible mining, these 40 that they are talking about, can they come out so they can become model and then display them? Then fourthly, what I'm asking, I think the forestry man talked about rewarding. We should not only reward community mining, but there are communities that have really stood very, very firm, and they are not doing Galamsey. I can talk about, for example, Domahene. I can talk about Mampon, Asante Mampon. Asante region is full of gold. Asante Mampon says no gold. In my own village, Jema, in Western region, Western North in the Awi municipality, for 10 years, I have led together with other people to fight against Galamsey. We are 72 kilometers Elubo to Enchi. About 20 communities, only my village has no Galamsey up to now. The chief there is down with stroke for over 10 years. He said, alive or dead, no Galamsey. Do we get here any word about them? So if we want to change habits, that is what B.F. Skinner says. It has to be what? Operant conditioning. You have to reward good things and then you punish also bad things. We are not saying anything about those who are doing good. Otherwise, the scripture says, in vain have I kept my heart pure. So, in the front of the others, they are like fools. Everybody is getting money, and you look at how you are suffering. So, we need to highlight them, that these are the people. And then also, for example, in my village, which is just a small town, the chief who is sick has been able to stop them. It also underlines the power of the chiefs to say that if I say no, there is no no. Sorry, there's the last one I want to add. That now in Ghana, do the 5 million people, because they say 1.1 involving Galamsey, another 3 point something, do they have more right to live than the 30 million people? Because now if somebody just comes and say, I have a concession here, we give the land, the cocoa owner says, I'm not ready. And then the others have, and before you realize, they just up. Don't they also have the right to live? Don't they have the right to livelihood? Are they also not contributing to the economy? So as Darius said, is the gold the only thing that is boosting our economy? Is that our only GDP? Thank you.
Contribution from the floor. Yes, so I'm going to give my panelists, oh, honorable, I'm sort of seeing your hand there. So I'm sort of, no, I'm trying to wind the session up for lunch, but there'll be other panels. But if it's only your small contribution, I'll add it. So, Pachafa Michael Honorable, yeah. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Honorable Emmanuel Kofi Ntekune, MP for Pro West, and a member of the Environment, Science and Technology Committee. Yes, so I am of the view that government is doing top-bottom approach fight against Galamsey. Can we do it the other way around or collaborate with bottom-top approach? Can it be youth-led fight against Galamsey after we have succeeded to conscientize and sensitize them on the far-reaching effect of Galamsey, the consequences, and mostly is the youth, the children, and then the women who suffer most. So we can take it upon ourselves, sensitize them enough. We can even get some volunteers from the communities where the Galamsey is going on, train them, and then let them be part of the anti-Galamsey task forces so that they can, fight this fight that we are unable to finish it. Then the bottom top approach again, the traditional council authorities, which has been much spoken about. The chiefs must be part of this fight. They have to tell their people this is enough. And we have other traditional authorities who serve as oversight over these sub-chiefs. If you don't, and you allow Galamsey to happen in your area, you have to be destood or removed from the throne. I'm sure they will comply. They have said a lot about that. And then we have to also collaborate with the clergy, both the Christian and then the Muslim clergy. We preach so much in churches. We want people to be alive, stay longer and healthier so that we can preach to them. Can we make provisions in our churches and the mosque to talk about the effect of Galamsey and the need to stop this menace in the country? And then lastly, the reclamation of the degraded lands. What we see is that the anti-Galamsey task force, they accost these people, and then straight away, they take them and process them. I'm of the view that when they arrest them, first of all, get the culprit and their accomplices to reclaim all the land that they have degraded first, before they take the issue further to process and put them in the cells or whatever they want to do. In that case, bit by bit, any land that will be degraded and the people will be caught, that land will also be reclaimed as far as we get them. So this is my simple submission I want to make. The women, they have a powerful tool to stop this thing, and they are the people who are most affected. Please, can we, sensitize our women, the effect that we are having? Mostly they are the people who get it. Everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you for those profound thoughts. My panelists, I'll begin from Mr. Bosu, then I'll just come down the line. I'll end with Doctor, and I will smile nicely and say, bon appetit. Okay, yeah, Mr. Bosu, so many of issues have been raised. Comment on what speaks to you. And most of them are not questions per se, but comments, so pick and choose what you want to comment on.
Yes, thank you very much for the comments coming from the various members of the floor. I must say that, from all that has been said in terms of hearing about let's shoot to kill, what about law enforcement, and even the role of the church and all of that, I think for me something really stands out, and that is the fact that we really need to incentivize and scale up the good. And then we need to punish and make deterrent anything that is bad and also promotes bad behavior. Because we need to safeguard the conscience of the state in ensuring that we promote sustainability. So whether it is an issue of shoot to kill, whether it's an issue of law enforcement, whether it's an issue of the role of the youth in even supporting this fight. As you know, when this government proposed the establishment of the water guards, they said that the whole idea was to create more opportunities for the youth to be part of the fight. But at the end of the day, it's all about how we incentivize the good and punish the bad. We are not doing enough of both. And until we start doing that, this discussion will not end, and impunity will continue.
I think I also want to thank the participants for the insights. You can see that there's quite a lot of ideas and models that are being recommended through the comments, and there's a deep appreciation of the issue and passion for a fix as well. I particularly liked when Honorable mentioned how it's progressed from when there were times where there was artisanal mining with pickaxes and picking up stones, and how that somehow transformed into this large-scale crisis that we are seeing. And it's quite, I think there's a lot of things to be learned there, because it is, again, these equipments that have given access to destroying the land. So as Darrell said, I also believe that the solution lies in the three-pronged approach, in the strengthening of enforcement, in the incentives, and in the mindset change, so that the change is not only from the top to bottom, as Honorable also said, but from the bottom that drives the change right from the participants and from the community. A lot of the people in the community are aware of the effects. I should say, I talk a lot with people in the communities, and the women are aware. They have, I would say, the outrage, they bear the outrage in the communities, because I'll speak to some women and they say that, well, when you have like typical Galamsey communities where all the men pretty much go to the sites and the women are left with the responsibility of feeding, of taking care of the homes, you hear the outcry where they say that now they have to go further inside the forest to even just catch bush meat. They don't have access to water anymore. So they are bearing the consequences, and they are very much aware of the effects. So I think it is a collective responsibility for all of us to embrace the solutions that we are doing, and then push to have these enforcements strengthened.
Yeah, the issue of a league table and the awarding communities that ensure sustainable or responsible environmental management. Yes, I believe being named as the worst community in environmental management or whatever is embarrassing enough. So that alone, I believe, should also get the communities and their leaders in ensuring that there's responsible environmental management, or there's responsible carrying out of activities on their land. And the role of traditional authority is also very, very important. I remember very well the late Ofensohene, Nana Wiafia Kenton of blessed memory. I was in his presence and he declared that as for him, he would not permit any form of mining on his land because his people are farmers, and when mining comes in, his people are going to be deprived of the land to farm on. And I cannot recollect those period when I was in Ashanti region, any time or encountering illegal mine or Galamsey anywhere on Ofenso land. I cannot say it for that now. I've been away for some time. But traditional authority can also be engaged. They are very, very powerful. What I know is before people engage in mining, the traditional authority or members from the palace or the traditional council will have to perform rites before you are able to dig, touch the land for mining. What if they don't perform these rites? I believe we shouldn't take them out. And also, Reverend asked if there are any companies that have been mining responsibly as a model. Yes, at least we have about 3 of them who have been mining responsibly inside forest reserves. We can mention Newmont, Ghana. Now the ownership has changed to Zijin. Yes, Newmont in the Achim area, they have been mining responsibly without whilst having any serious adverse effect. And also in Bibiani, we have Chirano gold mines. They are also mining inside forest reserves without much controversy. And there's also one in Tanosrao in Western North. So yes, there are models and companies that are doing responsible mining.
Thank you. So I'll add on to what my colleague has said. So he mentioned, actually, Newmont operates in 2 regions, the Brong-Ahafo and then the Eastern region. So the Eastern region has been sold to a Chinese company called Zijin. Yes. So the big-time companies like Zijin, Newmont, Chirano, Anglo-Gold Ashanti, they don't use mercury in mining. They use cyanide. So that's the difference between the big-time companies and then the illegal miners. But the difference is that after they have done the mining, they confine the cyanide and treat. So they don't release the cyanide into the environment because EPA is always on them. So they use mercury, they use a cyanide, but they confine the cyanide and treat. It is only under rare situations that there could be accidental spillage, and that will lead to fish kills. That is very rare. Usually, you don't hear of the big-time companies polluting the environment. Water Research Institute, we have worked for so many years for these companies, so I can speak on authority. It is a small-scale miners that employ the mercury. Now, let me also say something on arsenic. Arsenic is not due to illegal mining. Wherever you find gold, the rocks contain what you call arsenopyrite. So everywhere there is gold, you find the arsenopyrite. So once you touch or you tilt the soil or the rocks, then the arsenic comes into the water. So arsenic is not due to illegal mining. Let me put this on record. Wherever you find gold, there is what you call arsenopyrite. It's a mineral, and that is where the arsenic comes from. It's not mainly due to not due to illegal mining. Let me do one education here. We have gone around and we've noticed that most of our, sorry to say, the villages, they use alum to treat the water. It's very dangerous. Alum is used in treating water. It's known. Even Ghana Water Company does that. But the more alum you add, you see in the villages, they add the alum to make the water clear. When the water is clear, then they drink. But it's very dangerous. The more alum you add, the more acidic the water becomes. It's very dangerous. So though they are drinking clear water, they are drinking acidic water. So let us carry this message across wherever you go. They should minimize the use of alum. So when you come to Ghana Water Company, they use sodium hypochlorite to balance the alum, because they also use alum to treat water. But that is used to balance the atom, to make it, the alum to make it neutral. So please, wherever we go, let's educate our villagers that they should minimize the use of alum, otherwise they'll be drinking acidic water. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you all very much. Give them a warm round of applause. We've done well. We had a stimulating presentation, raised a number of critical issues. My senior colleagues have looked at the reasons why we haven't been able to make the progress that we want, and as a result, the kinds of things that we want to do differently. Many things have been raised in terms of the involvement of the internal communities and their leaderships, the internal dynamics and the communities and their leaderships, beyond just the external imposition of solutions. We've talked about the fact that it must be, or our difficulties and our inability to address its complexity could be attributed to a failure of leadership. We've talked about the issue of enforcement and involving chiefs and governments in it. We've talked about collaboration between institutions and working with the Forestry Commission and others to deliver what it is we want to do. The issue of incentives, incentivization, the issue of paying attention to the sanctions part of it, polluter pay principles built into our arrangements, the issue of enforcement and mindset change, the engagement of research institutions to upscale some of the good practices and knowledge that we have, the community league tables and award schemes, especially from communities that don't pollute. And somebody is saying, well, flip it on its head and also let's name and shame communities that are worth performing. The issues of data sharing between institutions and better monitoring. And then the fact that we must also not only give education, but we must also show that the state does not condone illegality. So the education we harness NCC and the media, but we shouldn't treat this issue with kid gloves at all. We've also, from the floor, we've talked about the invitation to chiefs and, you know, bringing them more forcefully, clearly, and intentionally in this collaborative effort, along with religious leaders and other community influences. And then also, the fact that we shouldn't underestimate the capacities of the chiefs, their moral suasion, as well as the fact that they also have critical social and cultural related roles to play in this process. If they have that kind of power, they should be able to exert the change that we want. We've talked about the need to go back to underground mining to ensure that, or you see, so the issue about, so that the pollution that surface mining has brought us, we can rethink our strategy. We've talked about the fact that very often the people involved in the Galamsey, the young people involved in the Galamsey, are not always indigenous youth. Some of them have come from elsewhere. We may need to make it not worth their while to be part of this. Do we have statistics about those doing good practice? Why are we looking at death or staring death in the face and running to meet it? That question has been raised. Then, beyond the top-down approaches, the bottom-up approaches that we need, anti-Galamsey task forces which can be drawn, whose membership can be drawn from the communities, and also the issue of traditional authorities also exercising oversight over their sub-chiefs on this issue. The clergy have been urged to use their pulpits to foster this agenda, and also the issue of reclamation. One of my panelists has summed it up, a three-pronged approach: enforcement, incentives, and mindset change. And so once we are doing all of these, we sift through these solutions and work together with a will on promoting this, we may make some headway as a nation. But this is just the starting point. So I'm going to encourage you to reflect on these things, digest them, even as you have lunch, and come back bright and early for us to continue. Thank you very much. Give yourselves a warm round of applause. Okay, bye. Okay.
At 2 o'clock. We have 2 more panels for today. It's 1:30. Okay, so Honorable, yeah, we're not going today. Okay. 45 minutes? Honorable. We are at the front of the house now. How many minutes do we need? 45?
Hello. Hello, hello, mic test. Hello. 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 Hello, hello. Hello. So raise the mid a little. Hello, hello. And then the high. This one. Hello, 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 hello. Mic test 1 2. Hello. Hello, hello. Mic test. Hello. 1 2 1 2. Usually when the mid is quite high, it's helpful because when the microphone is down. Okay, so it's in the middle now. Yeah, it's in the middle. Yeah. Okay. How many mids do we have? 1 2, or the rest are what?
This is gold. This is this lower. This is mid and high.
Okay, this is the low.
Yeah. No, the low. The low is this one.
Okay. Hello, 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 hello. But previously, where was the mid? It was very high. It had gone past the center, right? Yeah. So let's put the mid in there.
Middle.
Okay. So this is also mid.
No, that's low.
Low.
Yeah.
This is high. Hello, hello. So try and release the volume just in case a low speaker is speaking. Let's try different. Let me see. Hello. Let me use the mic here. Hello.
to run for an hour and a half, but because of the exigencies, it's supposed to run for 2.5 hours, but because of the, hey, maybe an hour and a half. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. So I'm going to see if we can do this very quickly and tidily. If we can make it in less than that, I'll be excited. As usual, there'll be a lead presentation, and there'll be panelists to discuss the presentation. The lead presentation will be made by one Kweku Afari Esquire, Technical Director, Wasa Association of Communities Affected by Mining, Wakam. And then there will be panelists. Dr. Abubakar Azindo from the Office of the National Chief Imam. Then Na Ayele Setre from TUC. Dr. George Amo Esquire, Executive Secretary, Peace Council, and Kweku Afari Esquire himself. So I'm going to do Kweku Afari Esquire, please. How much? Good. You do 20 minutes. Then we will do the panel discussion for about 20 minutes. And then we'll open it up to the House for 20 minutes. So that will be my my prescription for managing our time. And then if we do 1 hour, then maybe Samsonaini will forgive me. Is he around? Oh, there he is. Hi. Yeah, so let's manage the time that way. Yeah, right. So, ladies and gentlemen, so are you ready to go up there? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Kweku Afari Esquire, our esteemed presenter, and many clever things. So, yeah. Yeah. Give him a warm round of applause. Yes.
Thank you very, very much. So I plan to stick within the 20 minutes because we've exhausted most of the issues which I would have also discussed this morning. So I believe I'll just go through some of the stuffs. However, I've been tasked to deal with the issue of the social and the environmental impacts of mining with emphasis on illegal mining activities. So I didn't go much into the environment, but just to give us just a preview. Okay, do I go on? Okay. So let me just continue whilst they try to organize themselves. So we all know that mining has been with us for centuries, and the issue of how we started mining is not so new to all of us. However, I think it is critical for us to understand that the mining of our gold resources has been in some form of coordination with our agricultural activities that we had on our lands. And artisanal mining for centuries had coexisted with the use of land for agricultural activities. So when you take a look at, you go to places like Obuasi where they have conducted these activities for long, you will see that they used not to do this form of surface mining where they just scrape the top. And as we discussed earlier this morning, they were more of going underground instead of using large tracts of land to get the gold. So this has been our process and our means of coexisting. And the minerals and its exploitation had been in a form of coexisting with the agric. Anytime farming season is off, you find some of these community people going into artisanal mining, and it is something which had been with us. So gold was gold mining wasn't anything that you could say was so illegal. It was something that coexisted, and we didn't have the problems that we used to. But what do we have now? We've seen a drastic increase in the artisanal mining activities. And if you just take a look at this data, within just the past 30 or so years, as around 1993, we were having approximately, this is the global ASM employment data, we were having somewhere around 6 million people involved in artisanal mining activities. But between 1993 to 2017, we have over 40.5, over 150 million people now depending on artisanal mining activities. And it is also reported that about 70 to 80% of the people who conduct this form of activities are mostly in the informal sector, with 40 to 50% of them being women. Again, if you take a look at the comparative employment amongst countries, we have the highest being China, directly working about 15 million people there, then followed by Tanzania. Then we have the almighty Ghana also following with about 1.1 million people. And we have the other countries also following as well with those figures. So a picture, or looking into Ghana, just specifically into Ghana, we have, as I indicated, about 1 million direct workers. And it is also supporting about 4.5 million people who are either family members or who are also dependent on it. So its economic impact is that at least we have about 5.5 million people that are benefiting from this activity. And this was data somewhere around 2018. So we can tell that 8 years from now, obviously, this data would definitely have increased. So what is accounting for this increase? And it is very important that we understand the historical drivers. And when Ghana, we moved into the third gold rush, that is within the period of the 90s, 80s, when we started the structural adjustment program. One of the things that we did was to transfer from these state gold mining to these private multinational mining companies. And as part of the transition, we also decided to move largely from the underground mining to the surface mining, which meant that people or communities whose lands were given as concessions within these mining areas were going to be affected. So if you take a look at data, Strategies report for 2008, it tells you that somewhere in the Wassa West region, district, in the Takwa area, about 60% of the landmass of the district had been given out to concessions to 8 multinational mining companies. The effect of this was that, well, community people who had their lands were now displaced as a result of the large-scale mining activities, and the large tracts of farmlands were taken over for these mining activities for these companies, meaning that the livelihoods of the people and their incomes were definitely going to be lost. So yes, I would want to, I'm building up on the genesis of this, the increase in the numbers. So when you take a look at Shraj's first report on the mining sector on human rights issues, these were some of its findings as of that time on large-scale mining activities that were going on within the country. There was widespread pollution of community water sources. So pollution of water bodies is not something that started just about 7 or 8 or 10 years ago. As far back as 2008, Shraj in its maiden report had documented it. Loss of farmlands and livelihoods. inadequate compensation for destroyed properties, unacceptable livelihood replacement schemes, health problems, excesses by security agencies and the security contractors of the mining companies, artisanal mining and the illegal form, and we should pay particular attention to this. Artisanal mining, that is those that were registered or that were formalized, and the illegal form, generally known as Galamsey, is pervasive in almost all the mining areas visited. The small-scale miners do the mining the same way as the so-called Galamsey miners do. The distinction between the two is therefore more of form and not of substance. So this data has been with us for the past 20 years. So now if I hear that, oh, I'm a licensed gold miner, so I'm doing responsible mining. We've been told clearly by Shraj as far back as 2008 that you couldn't distinguish the forms of both. And as a result of that, it led to some push and pull dynamics within the sector. And so those communities that were affected by these large-scale mining activities, land dispossession, poverty and unemployment, collapse of traditional livelihoods as farming and even the mining activity, and displacement and economic exclusion, now forced these people into going into illegal mining activities that we are now seeing in its very detrimental stages. Now looking at the green column, so as the push factors exist, we also have the pull factors, the other factors that are attracting other people to also come and join the sector. And this morning, Director indicated that now gold is hovering around 4,000 USD. So the quick financial returns and the low barriers to entry, the regulation within the sector has been weak to the extent that people find it motivating. And Darryl made the point that now when people who are into provision store gather some money, they give it to someone to go and conduct mining activities, and rising global demand for gold. So these are the factors that has brought about this increase in the numbers that we have. So even before this menace started, mining in its large-scale form was detrimental to us, and that is a fact which exists. Yes, so these are some abandoned pits. When you look at Shraj's report as far back as 2008, with regards to large-scale mining, we were having abandoned pits, and so the small-scale miners are equally doing the same. Again, excesses by security agencies and the security contractors of these mining companies. When communities who want to be farmers want to take hold of their farms, we find state security personnel acting to the benefits of these mining companies, beating them up, intimidating them, and forcing them to accept these mining activities at the expense of their own, the only skill which they know is either cocoa farming or farming in itself. And so if your brother, your father is beaten by these security personnel, do you think next time he will try to hold on to his farm? He will give it out. That person would definitely want to leave. Yes, so water pollution. Shraj equally reported that they had, out of the 28 communities that they were in, 22 of its water bodies were already polluted as a result of mining. Cyanide spillages was also recorded in mining communities, and there was evidence that mercury was widely used in small-scale mining in the communities visited. I'm just laying this historical background. So that picture on the right is a picture we took ourselves, Wakam, as far back as 2009 or so, when there was a cyanide spillage. When you go to mining communities where these water bodies have been polluted, you see these signages, everything over there. Okay, so what do we have? Now we've moved away from the pickaxe and pan, and when communities were self-employed and many families could easily go into this artisanal mining and still have their farmlands intact. Now, as I indicated, there are high demands. There's an influx of capitalist investors seeking profits now in the system, use of heavy machinery, and which all these are known. And Lanuzo and Aziaba, they now call the current mining that we are in as a capitalist mechanized mining system. It is no longer a small-scale mining activity that we are witnessing in the system. And as a result of the increase in the numbers and people involved in it, if you take a look at the comparison between large-scale gold production and that of the small scale, you can see that from 2000 steadily up to 2018, in the small scale production has increased drastically. And this is also as a result of what I had talked about earlier. So now the large scale miners and the small scale miners are almost at the same level of. Yes, so the evidence, I'm supposed to talk about the social and the environmental, so I'll still limit myself to that. So the evidence of the rapid mechanized systems. So data that I had indicates that within the southern part of Ghana, between the period 2011 to 2015, we have had about 10,907 hectares of land being used for artisanal mining. As at even 2015, we had gathered over 36,000 hectares. When we talk about the forest reserves as well, we had only about 53 hectares that were affected by these mining activities. However, by 2015, we had moved to over 603 hectares that will be attacked by these form of mining activities. And the destruction of the water bodies have been well explained today, and so I wouldn't go back. And we've seen a number of our water systems being shut down. Okay, so for me, I work with the community, so issues of farmer displacement and landlessness is dear to me. Now, cocoa farmers are now losing their lands, and farmers are being pressured to sell the land to wealthy miners. As far back as 2013, 2014, some community people in Achem Saman were forced to sell their lands to mining companies for as low as 1,000 Ghana cedis for an acre of cocoa farm. All because if you do not give out the farm, you might wake up early in the morning and you see that your farm has been destroyed. So you had no, and the other issue also is that those who also gave their lands out and are joining farmlands, the chemicals that were used in these artisanal mining activities also affected the yields of these cocoa farms. And therefore, you holding on to your farm as a source of livelihood no longer existed. So Dr. Randy Abe, the CEO of Cocoa Board, indicated that 30 hectares of cocoa farm lands have been destroyed, and 50 hectares are currently at risk of destruction by Galamsey. For me, it is not just illegal mining or small-scale mining. Also, the large-scale miners are equally to be held accountable for this. And health and safety issues have also been well discussed, but I would want to dwell into issue of mercury content. So studies have also indicated that the mercury levels in miners, as conducted in Dunkwanofin, was almost twice that of farmers. So which tells you that definitely these people are have these mercury in their system, and who knows, in the near future they will develop all sorts of diseases. And women are also more exposed and less protected. They have very low protection equipment to work with. If you've been to such places, there's no form of protection. They either carry the things. Children are being used as labor. And also, they are so injury prone. People are dying in these areas. So, other social impacts, loss of livelihoods. So, yes, we've discussed this extensively. Yes, one other issue which I would also want to touch on is social fragmentation. Now, one thing that mining, whether illegal, small scale or large scale, is bringing into communities is disputes among families, disputes among traditional leaders, to the extent that now you have communities that coexisted very well are now divided when mining activities come. Because you have a section saying they will accept mining, and you have another section saying they wouldn't accept mining. So now you go into communities and you have the people and their chiefs in conflict or in dispute just because of the decision of whether or not mining activities. So it is weakening our traditional leadership system and authority. Issues of gender-based violence is on the high. Definitely where money is, there are lots of people there. And so issues of gender-based violence, it's equally increasing as well. So one may ask, don't we have the laws to protect us from all these issues that we have discussed so far? I bet you there are a plethora of laws which I can't count. So just within 2 slides, I can count about 20 laws that more or less are regulating and national policies that are regulating the sector. We've other national policies that we have. We have the mining and minerals and mining policy, artisanal small-scale gold mining, multilateral. So we have a whole lot of policies. So why are we still here? Are the laws addressing the system? Again, we've had militarized fight against Galamsey. We've discussed some of them this morning. We talked about, as far back as 2006, with President Kufuor's time, we had the fight against illegal mining. Around 2013, we had Operation Flashout. We've had Operation Vanguard. We've had Operation Halt. I think Halt has been 1, 2, or 3. We've had Galamsey, and now we have NIMOS. So after having all these militarized fights, I'm struggling to believe that NIMOS may be very successful this time around, because maybe we are not so sure what they will do differently. But then moving forward, why have we failed to really win the war against this? One, community people have the perception that these organized criminal networks within the mining sector, they are so powerful, and that they are able to even influence the military people on the ground. With whatever means, I believe it's all our guess. Then one thing that we are also doing is exposing soldiers to corruption risks could compromise the nation's security and infrastructure. We are constantly sending them to places where they are being exposed to these monies, and they come out and they may not be able to really implement and enforce the laws that they are supposed to. Other issues which has also come up is the fact that they've been corrupted. But my issue is I've not heard or seen any military or any task force that we've leveled charges of corruption against, of assisting these these illegal miners, bringing those people to book. So what we do is to withdraw, then we send a new group of people in, then we withdraw, then we send a new group of people with the same accusation against them, but no one has been held accountable to date. So eventually, if I'm to be someone in the service, if I'm asked to go there, I'll feel very happy to go, because I believe even if something goes wrong, I will not be held accountable. So why has it also not worked? Again, I took this good. I'm almost rounding up. And according to published research, certain political and traditional authorities have been implicated in illegal ASM operations. This is something which is well read and well documented. And I would also want to take a look at Otumfuo, when the multimedia group visited him and presented a copy of Erasmus Gold, the Strategy for Gold copy, he indicated that Galamsey operations are very complex with a lot of people involved. We will never succeed in the fight if we approach it lackadaisically. There are some collaborators in corridors of power, as well as some politicians and some businessmen involved. They own excavators used in this operation, a lot of them. This is the Asantehene with this statement. So, if the military is finding it difficult to really enforce the laws in these mining areas, then I believe there are so many questions that we will need to ask. So what do the realities within the communities that I work in? So how the state sees itself. We have the president, we have the Regional Security Council, we have DISEC, we have local government institutions, and we have our members of parliament all in place to help us fight the mining activities. But what do we see on the ground? Bulldozers, excavators, foreigners, mining in broad daylight. With all the powers that we have, but they are still doing it in broad daylight. Institutions responsible for law and order are regulatory agencies. Now, what do we see? Communities are watching helplessly because they have been intimidated. They have been unlawfully arrested and also detained by virtue of the fact that when they tried protecting their properties from destruction by these mining companies, they are rather, the mining companies or these illegal mining operators now go ahead and rather complain to the police, and our people are now arrested and placed before the court. And I've had so many instances that I am in court defending people who were trying to protect their lands. And through that, they were reported, complaints were made to the police. They went to the police station, and the police told them that go and take pictures of the destruction that you are talking about before we go. When they went there and the mining company saw them taking the pictures, they also went and reported the community people to the police, and the police quickly came and arrested them, the same people. This is not a story. This is something which is happening, and it happened. And we are dealing with all these issues. People are being detained, arrested, and lawsuits against them. And so if you are a family member of mine, do you think I will encourage you to protect our farmlands? Again, the state is fighting Galamsey. But what do communities people perceive? There is regulatory capture, because they see the regulatory agencies more or less supporting and being in bed with the illegal mining activities or with the mining companies, and that is what they perceive. So what are some of the recommendations that I would want to propose? One, first of all, let's recognize that mining activities, whether one is given a lease or does not have a lease, your right to mine does not supersede one's surface rights. And therefore, the fact that you've been given a mining lease doesn't mean that automatically you have the surface rights of the person. The person may accept compensation for the land, but if the person refuses, the person should not be compelled to accept mining on his or her land. If the state deems it very fit, it can go via a compulsory acquisition and take that. But until that is done, community people should not be forced to give out their land, and their right to say no to mining should be respected. Again, no-go zones for mining. We shouldn't say that, well, prospecting and exploration activities should not be done in forest areas. And what about those mining in the forest areas? They should also not be given the permission to do so. So let's start placing no-go zones for these areas. Information that the host mining communities need should also be given to them. We should publish, and I've advocated for this. Now that we are trying to curb this illegal mining menace, government should publish all mineral rights concession holders in every district and let us know where they are, so that a community person, our community people can easily take this list and use it to know that, okay, this company has been given a license, this has not been given a license, but such information is not available to the communities. Again, the free, prior, and informed consent of communities should be internalized in the Minerals and Mining Act. When communities say no, they don't want mining, it should be accepted. If they say yes, they want it to, it should be done responsibly for that. Last but not the least, I believe that we've called for citizens, joint citizens mass action. In fact, if there is a form of a regulatory capture or even a state capture, it is only through a joint citizen or mass action that our decision makers will listen to us. And last but not the least, as we try to sanitize the system, let's place a halt on the issuance of licenses of mining of any form, whether large, small. We should hold on as we sanitize the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another warm round of applause. And what made you think you could come back? Right, so now I can invite my panelists. Dr. Abubakar Zindu, please, can you come up? Doc, are you there? Yes. Now, Yele, can you give Dr. Amu? Fabulous, okay. And then Uncle Kwekwe, you will come back. And, I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. Yeah, okay. Right, okay. So
Hello?
So you all here. We'll let Uncle Kweku rest a bit. And then we will start. Doctor, I want to start with you. I mean, not Dr. You, Dr. You. As you were listening to this submission, and obviously you probably have a copy of the document, what did you think? Because we are interested in going forward. What can we do differently? What did you think the implications for religious leaders, and to some extent, those people in whom the people have invested their trust? Religious leaders, traditional leaders, opinion leaders, because they also have a representative function beyond members of parliament and assembly members. What are the implications for those kinds of people? And then how can you help to roll it out from the office that you belong to? I hope this thing is not too confusing. Oh. Okay, good. Myself, I'm sounding slightly convoluted to myself. But that's it, yes.
Thank you so much. First of all, let me thank you for such a question. Yes. Even if it sounds confusing, it is still in order, because the topic itself is confusing. Very controversial, very difficult. But before I come to what these people can do, let me admit that Galamsey is a multiplicity of failures. Failure of criminal justice, failure of public policy, failure of moral authority, failure of traditional authority, and failure of political authority. And all these failures are under the banner of the most senior failure, and that is the political failure. Yes. Because the political class, in our dispensation, we have chosen to be governed by democracy. And in line with our democratic governance, the political class holds the highest form of authority. Unfortunately, their authority is not applied in the supreme interest of the state in this issue. It is largely applied in the supreme interest of their various political parties. So if we agree that it is a multiplicity of failures, then we should also agree that it needs a collective solution. And that is why we can give the politicians the biggest blame, but we cannot also run away from the blame. We all need to be part of the solution. In our office, we describe Galamsey as an ecological genocide. And because it is an ecological genocide, it becomes existential. It constitutes an existential threat to all of us. And that is why all of us must come together. So we agree that, yes, something different must be done, because the law has failed us. And you will agree with me that we are trying to treat Galamsey sometimes as if it is already not a criminal offense. And if we all agree that the existing laws should be given the opportunity to address it, we don't even need any special law. But now that we have allowed impunity to flourish and rendered the existing laws ineffective, definitely we have brought onto ourselves the burden of a special law to address it. And this law should be inclusive of everybody. One, the traditional authorities, who are largely the custodians of the land, should know that the lands are in their hands in trust for the people. And therefore, they should not at any time allow Galamseyers to use the land destructively. So traditional authorities should understand the consequences of the issue and know how to leverage their authority in relation to the lands. Two, the moral authority should try as much as possible to understand that they seem to be the last hope. And because they seem to be the last hope, if they fail in this instance, then the whole situation becomes hopeless. So the moral authority, the churches, the mosques, the imams, the pastors, and everybody involved, any other religious person involved, should at all times support any initiative at the societal, communal, community, regional, and state level. Any initiative designed to find a solution to it. The political authorities should try as much as possible. We have talked too much on politics. And this morning, I think there was a talk that there was an opinion that we are here not to engage in blame game, not to engage in NDC, MPP politics. But of course, before we move from that angle, we should let them understand that the fight against Galamsey should be patriotic, not partisan. And if it is a matter of Party 1 coming out with a special law, which in the first place shouldn't have been the case, and then Party 2 in opposition says, oh, no problem, when we come, we'll repeal the law, and then it comes, it is rather reviewing, not repealing. So those things in the arena of politics should be avoided. So at the end of the day, let me conclude by appealing to every Ghanaian to agree that no sector can do it alone. And because no sector can do it alone, we need the coordination. And it is up to the civil society, people like you in academia, people in the industry, every sector of the Ghanaian community to come together to enhance the quality of dialogue. But our destination of the dialogue should be practical, practical implementation, effective implementation, let me put it that way, of all that has been discussed. If at the end of the day, whatever we have discussed here is not practicalized, then it is as bad as the absence of dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. Again, I was trying to move away from the politicians. That's why I said the other representatives of the people in whom people have vested their faith and interest. But now, you're moving rapidly along. In Wafakweku's presentation, there were quite some references to child labor, the issues of labor, women's participation, and those kinds of things. From your points of view, your standpoint, what are some of the critical issues, and how can we quickly intervene in ways that will be effective for those kinds of constituencies?
Very well. Thank you very much. Kind of taking off where my colleague just left off. Failure of leadership at various levels, even at the community level. And I'll come to a sector which you well represent, Auntie Esther, the local governance level. Because in these communities, we have MCEs, DCEs, we have other community leaders. And so it seems to me as if the only groups of people whom we may refer to as vulnerable are the children who are hired to do these things and the women who happen to be the victims of these practices. And indeed, the ordinary people who are told to go and take pictures by the police, who get arrested after they have been reported by these mining people or companies or whoever they are. And so for me, I think that those who are victims are the most vulnerable in this case. And you have mentioned rightly, and as I have pointed out, women and children. And they always happen to be the ones who get victimized at the end of the day because they have nothing. I just recently returned from one of the mining communities, and I was shocked because I haven't been around in a while when I actually saw people with these chamfans and big machines mining. Yes, you know, right here in the eastern, in the eastern region, you know. And I was shocked. And talking to the women especially, they say, "Ah, well, no, enkashe." And so you have a feeling that even the Nananum may be questioned. So you have a feeling, and which is why this morning we were asking why the Nananums were not represented here. Maybe going forward in our proposed solutions for implementation, we should get them also involved, the MCs, the DCs, etc. But one question that has been bugging my mind is there a problem? And unfortunately, you are in a firing line, our dear politicians. You know, I want to find out if there is a challenge that we may help you deal with. Because sometimes you go all the way and then you come back to square one. Because if there's a genuine challenge, I think that the people whom you represent should be able to, you know, help you sort out some of these things, because it is simply not easy to understand. And so we have all these people, and honestly, when you go into some of these communities, there is stark poverty. We also want to make a proposition of having budget lines for some of these communities, have a budget to actually say, until now, we don't have any ban on illegal mining, do we? Is there a ban on illegal mining? It's legal. And so, it's illegal, but then there should be a ban even on the illegality. It's illegal. Well, very well. And so there must be some kind of, you know, stoppage. I don't know what we will call it. Some movement to force. You see? So I don't want to say anything else. I may end up saying something which, you know, and I don't want to go that line. But I guess just wanting to end on this note. I remember one time when Bill Clinton was in office in the US. Police officers were in the firing line. Everybody wanted to attack a policeman or woman. And then there was this strict law. It wasn't a law, but it was a kind of policy that came out to say anybody who attacks the police will be fired on sight. And those attacks on police people stopped immediately. Maybe if we looked at other measures that are one-touch measure, it will help. I didn't say that. You know, it will help. Because really, at the end of the day, if a child went into a Galamsey area, they won't go there at their own will. Of course, you have heard children say, well, me take class, me nyashe, me call Galamsey, who pushed them? It is us who are not stopping this practice to make our children go into these areas which are very dangerous. And also on the health implications, women in these communities are giving birth to children who are maimed, who are deformed. In fact, in this community I visited last week, there is no water. There's no water. And so the earlier we took severe decisions, the better for all of us to help save our country. Thank you.
Meaningful action, not putting around the issue. Right. Dr. Mook, in the submission Kweku made, he talked a lot about conflict. Oh, sorry. He talked a lot about conflicts, and then also the implications Galamsey has had for social fragmentation. What are your views on some of these things, and where does the Peace Council come in that regard?
Thank you very much. You're my mother, Auntie Esther.
Yes, yeah.
You know, some of us, we started in mining communities. My father was a miner from Pristia, Takwa to Bugoso. Yes, and I started myself when I was 12 years, indeed. If you go to Bugoso area, Ayamfre to Dunkwa. You know, so I can relate myself very well to the things that my brother you said, and the impact that unhealthy mining is having on our communities. Indeed, when I was with Shraj, that was the time Shraj conducted that research, the first research in 2008. The fact is that there is an inherent conflict in all the areas where minerals have been found. So if you look around, indeed, Takwa has suffered a number of conflicts. I remember when I was growing, there were communities, Sanide and Tamso area, in Takwa area. Yes. So the mineral, though good, has a lot of worries to give us. Indeed, I think, my brother, you mentioned it, but it has somehow negatively affected our educational structures, has affected our governance structures at the local level, has affected our health, agriculture. And people are fighting because farmlands that have to be used for crops are now being given out for mining. Just about a month ago, Auntie Esther, my mother's sister called me and said his son had gotten himself involved in some money matters and needed about 50,000 Ghana cedis to go and settle. Yes, 50,000. In the areas I've mentioned, one of the places, and wanted me to give some money. And I am a public servant like myself. I cannot get 50,000. So this is what she told me. The next time I called, she told me they are selling their cocoa farm. And there's a miner they are looking for. They are searching. You know, so things like this, they break social cohesion in our system. Indeed, if you are unable to take your son, bail him out, a whole lot of things will happen. I don't know whether we are aware, and this one, I'm disclosing it here. I am from Denchira. If you go there, the palace, I was telling some of my colleagues here that the whole palace was tiled by these illegal miners. It is not somebody who told me. I was there myself. So how can the traditional rulers in this community face off with somebody who is destroying their lands? The Ofin River, I grew up knowing that alluvial mining was done in the Ofin River. And even that time, it created a lot of conflict between the community and the State Gold Mining Corporation when we were growing. You know, so inherently, there is conflict dynamics in wherever we find minerals. If you look at the West Africa sub-region, the conflicts that are going on, those who sponsor them, most of them are those who work in these mineral areas. And my fear here, having worked with the Peace Council for some time now, is the fact that if you are not careful and we continue to allow what is happening to fester for long, we are going to develop a crop of people who are very rich, and when somebody is very rich, the next thing the person will be thinking about is power. So they will gradually transit from the mining communities to our political environment, capture political power, and then our future may be in serious trouble. So I think all of us have responsibility. We have to do all that we can to discourage this mining. We can encourage, responsible mining. Like I've said, I did it when I was young. I think we can do that. It is important we create spaces for dialogue, spaces for consensus building. It is difficult, but we can. And probably the mining communities must also have mechanisms that encourage people to use dialogues in addressing their conflicts. I remember there was a company somewhere in Bogoso. I was in Sweden for a program, and the first day I opened their television, I saw a documentary on Ghana, and I was shocked that I saw that thing myself, because I've been in this country, I didn't see that, where dogs were released. It was Anglo there. You have mentioned it. And it created a whole lot of conflict. Go to Newmont. Even though these are legally established mining concessions, but they become sources of conflict in our communities. So I think we can do a lot. Probably let us find ways of also including in the way we give concessions, mechanisms that would try to address conflicts when they come, and also find ways of using this God-given mineral to build social cohesion. We can do that. But let me conclude, Auntie Esther, by saying that I did a research in my own area, backyard, Upper Denchira East. And in that place, I couldn't find a young lady who was in school. This is not something, a story I'm cooking. Myself, I did research. Primary schools. And at that time, I was validating my report. I brought the Director of Health, Director of Education, Director of Agric, indeed heads of agencies within the Upper Dentra East District. They were not there. So we are really destroying the future of our country. Morality is down. Go to such places. Teachers are not respected. A teacher told me that you dare not instruct a boy in the classroom. The boy is a Galamsey who has money more than the teacher. It's a recipe for disaster. So teachers, hitherto when you were young, when a teacher sees you loitering somewhere, has the courage to tell you to go and sleep. This time, go to the Galamsey areas, a teacher has no authority. You dare not. The young guy may even slap you. So we are creating a whole lot of confusion within our communities because of this, unhealthy way of mining. If we're able to do it, nice. I mean, people are doing Australia. They are doing that. Like some of our colleagues said, when we were young, it was the pit. Yes, I remember at 12, I had to jump a pit because 79 coup, soldiers were released to come and take over the place. You see, so we can do it. And I wish that we use this God-given mineral to bond together. It can happen because money is good. But if you don't use it well, then it becomes a problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Uncle Koko, I think you've rested enough. Just a small question. The last slide that you had, that slide on state structure versus on the ground reality, what accounted for the vast gap in perception? The state has all these lovely structures, all these initiatives, and all of that, and the community just sees it as, they're exposed, there's that. What accounts for that gap?
So from my experiences within the mining community we've worked in, I think the major issue has the fact that the state prioritizes and has prioritized issues of fiscal benefits from the mining sector over the rights of people within these rural areas. And for reasons being that we are looking at the revenue that we would use in saying, okay, we've gotten this X amount of money from mining, which can be used in building a hospital or our roads. And for that reason, the number of people within these rural communities should at least suffer for us to gain the amount of revenue. And in so doing, we have rather incurred the wrath of the people to the extent that we have over, in fact, the whole landmass of Ghana is more like a concession for mining now. Everywhere. In fact, the last time I checked the commission site, it had a whole over 2,000 mining leases, whether exploration or prospecting or actual mining, all over the country. And so when you are prioritizing only the revenue over the rights of the people in that manner, and their health and their income, their livelihood, forgetting that you are supposed to use this mineral that we've entrusted in you for also their benefit, but not to their detriment. That is where this vast contract has lied. And at the end of it, what our community people have perceived, and now there's this conflict even within the regulatory agencies and our community people, is that now the communities believe that there is the regulatory capture, and there is no way any mining regulatory agency of the state will come to their aid. And that is the point we are now, to the extent that even as a CSO organization, if you go into a community and you want to conduct a study and you don't really introduce yourself very well for the person to understand, I bet you, just on the lighter note, you might get some slaps before you even introduce yourselves. So that is the point that we are now.
Thank you very much, Angesta. My name is Al-Hassan Kobinagansa, Member of Parliament for Esikumodabim-Brakwa, Central Region, and a member of Lands and Natural Resources Subcommittee of Parliament. Madam, let's trace our history and find out where Galamsey started. Our maiden name for this country was Gold Coast. So, when the first man, white man, entered this country, they came with an aim. The aim was to trade. And when they came, they later developed a strategy, an entry strategy, to bring region. So you can see that most of our regions are imported ones. I remember one Osofo Damwa was seriously challenging them that before the white man came, the Africans, we knew God. Because in our prayers, I remember they say, Champon, even though they are idol worshippers, they used to raise the champon, yami, Asasiya or something like that. And during those days, we were all God-fearing. You can put, if you are going and then your purse drops, you go and come for it. Nobody will take it. But today, what do we see? Even if you are passing by and then it's time for prayers and you go and pray, maybe you are you are selling bread. Go and put your tray that contains the bread inside the church behind and go forward and pray. You may come back to meet empty tray, or even the tray itself will vanish. From the church premises, yeah. So, these people entered with a strategy to with that region, but they ended up taking our gold, using our own people to enslave us, and took all our gold away to establish, to develop their countries. So they started telling us something about how to do this Galamsey, because it was illegal for them to take exploit our gold and take it away. So when they left, they left us with a legacy. One of my lecturers have been saying, "Abrofo banu, what the yamsum no what the buy, nanso ewi ase no na wo tu yen gold what they call." So that is what they left us. So if, every sector of the economy or every person in this country is part of the menace, the Galamsey menace, because it is very difficult for a religious leader who wanted to do some program like harvest and church that. Madam, they will never look for a poor person to come and chair that function. Never. So, religion has a role to play in the Galamsey menace. And like this, my brother said, if all religious leaders, because their words permeate the human being more than anybody else, because we see them as our leaders. But when they begin to exploit us through these religious activities and whatnot, then me too, I want to be the chairman or chairperson of an occasion. So what do? I have to fight my way to become an MP. And by so doing, any foul means that I feel like using to become the MP, I'll use. I have never, my constituency, there's nothing like Galamsey, or we don't have any deposits there. Even if it is there, I think it's alluvial, this thing. But it's a fact that religion can play a role in eliminating this Galamsey menace. So, tracing it to the doorsteps of politicians, it's a must. We politicians are part of it. But you should also don't forget about the fact that we are lawmakers, and we have enacted a series of laws just to check this. When you have the timber utilization contract law act so and so, we have this law act so, minerals commission law act so and so. All those acts are there, but who enforces it? The enforcement is also the problem. So I will not talk much, but every sector of the society, including the religious leaders, politicians, everybody, we are all part of the problem, and we should all be part of the solution. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Once again, I'm Honorable Engineer Yao Gomado, MP for Akan constituency in the OT region. I can say my region should be the safest region where you don't find any Galamsey activity. Our water bodies are clean. That is where foodstuffs are beginning to be high now because everybody is going towards direction to get their food items. We're pointing fingers at politicians. A politician, we talk to the people to elect us. You can't elect me, then I'll come after you to stop your activities. A politician cannot go and tell the chief that you must stop giving your lands out to Galamseyers. A politician cannot do that. Let's face reality. I've been elected. If I go after the people, they also come after me later. Let's face the reality. I want to stand here taxing the National House of Chiefs in collaboration, or they should collaborate with the executives, the president. The president cannot even just go and tell the chief that he's a politician. He belongs to a party, and he has to protect the party's image. Therefore, he can't go and tell a chief, a traditional ruler, who is benefiting from Galamsey activity, that you must stop giving your lands to the people. Excuse me to say, is making his party unpopular. The National House of Chiefs, that the people respect more than even the president. When the chief gives orders, the people listen to. That is why earlier on, my first submission, I said, if, with all due respect, the Asantehene, whose voice sounds like a bomb, and the custodian of the Ashanti land could not give that order to his sub-chiefs, I believe if he gives that orders, they will listen to him than the president going to do that. So the National House of Chiefs, they must take this issue up. Summon their sub-chiefs and start the fight from there. If you do, I found out, I'll distool you. I think that word sounds very powerful. We can start from somewhere. There is no harm in trying. Let's try it and see. I believe those paramount chiefs, the regional representative, they are powerful. If they give this warning, it carries weight. My second point is that my brother was talking about the way the youth lives are being destroyed. He said he had not found any school-going girls. Yes, in our tour in Ashanti region, I found young guys, teenagers, washing their hands with guineas. They are so rich that they are teenagers, and their young teenagers were following them. I look at them and I said, this country is leading to destruction. If teenagers could drink Guinness and the influence of alcohol, taking the rest to wash their hands, and the young girls are following them. You may even see some of them carrying babies. When you ask them, their father is Joe Pizzozo. They have guy names that even they call to their boyfriend, Joe Pizzozo, and so forth, because Joe Pizzozo is a Galamseyer. Where are we heading towards? The traditional rulers has the role to play. Let's leave the politicians alone. I'm not saying we should not give that. Please, I'm coming. The point, the politician. I define our roles. Excuse me. You had your point, Honorable. Yes, they have the control. Like I said it earlier, I can't go and stop someone who elected me. Like he said, churches. The church will go and buy a land, and they want to put up the church. They want to put up a building. Then they are inviting the money men, those who are rich. And they don't even think of the source the person got the money from. It's a Galamsey. They asked him to come and support them. He's giving them the money. The preacher man cannot even stop the Galamsey. They listen to the preacher man, the imams, the reverend, the Catholic, they listen to them more than even the politician. They cannot even control because they are also taking from them to support their church activities. So let's look at those points. My final point here that I still insist is that the surface mining must be stopped. Let's try it. Let's go back to the days of mining, doing underground mining. In Obuasi, what I learned is that you must start mining 30 or 40 feet below. So you find the cocoa farmers, people are still farming, but the mining activities are still going on. So the surface mining, let's put a stop to it. There must not be anything like somebody's license to pollute. That is, we say small scale miners. They are licensed to pollute. And then those who are not licensed, they are also polluting. There is no difference between these two people. Let's stop the surface mining and go back to underground mining. It's expensive, but let's do it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I think the problem of Galamsey, I will go with Dr. Abukari. When he sums it out by saying that it's a multiplicity of failures and narrow it down to the politician. Yes, I agree with you that the politician carry much of the load. But then we need everybody on board. And even other institutions. Let's take, for instance, in 2023 and 2024, the arrests in the forest were 850. And only 35, that's 4% of the arrested were successfully prosecuted. What are the courts doing? The politician will act, but the other institutions have to also play their role. Court delays, unnecessary adjournment. The politician, yes, the politician should be blamed because he formulates the laws. And at the same time, he implements the laws. And at the same time, he is to enforce the laws. But he can do all these things, one, if he has the information. Let's go to our communities. We have mentioned traditional rulers. The goal there, our constitution says that the minerals in the land is holding is on behalf of the people by the president or the state. But the lands belong to the chiefs, which means that both of us have an interest. The land is destroyed, then the minerals or the richer resources are removed. But then, the chiefs and the local authorities, the assemblies, the miner goes to hide there and he's doing the thing. When we talk of the politician, we are looking up to the president, the minister, who is in Accra. Meanwhile, the activity is going on in Atebebu. If the politician doesn't get that information, before the politician gets the information, the distraction is already done. So, our chiefs, the local assemblies need to volunteer information to keep the situation from getting worse. Then my sister asked, what is the challenge if the politicians have genuine challenge? Yes, we have genuine challenges. One, I've mentioned them, the information there we are not even getting. The other institutions, how are they collaborating? Then, corruption of the state agencies, the individuals. We are hearing military men, policemen, security forces who have been sent to curb this situation. They rather turn around, take money from the wealthy people, and then they rather protect the illegal miners. That's the challenge. Then, difficulty of, even now, we are finding it difficult to differentiate what is Galamsey, that's the illegal mining, and what is the small scale. Because we have lumped the two. Until we are able to separate them. Now what we are looking at is the responsible mining. So assuming somebody hasn't gotten license and he's doing responsible mining, are we going to arrest him? Somebody has a license and he's destroying our water bodies. What do we do to him? So we have to get the two. We have to make sure that we differentiate the two. Because even today, our presentations, we are mixing the two. Galamsey and illegal fund, Galamsey and small scale, Galamsey and small scale. So which is which? So that is another challenge. And on top of all the challenges is that, yeah, the last one. On top of the challenge is that the fear of the politician to lose vote. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lord Maoko. I teach international relations at GIMPA, which is why I'm particularly pleased with the dimension that the presenter brought, which is the large-scale mining. I think when we have these discussions about mining in this country, we seem to give large-scale mining a pass. And that is part of our problem as a country. We seem to have been so beholden to foreign capital that we tend to overlook the destruction that they have also caused to the environment. We have done some research published in 2019 where we look at the devastation to the environment by large-scale miners, and we call it ecological imperialism. Because if you look at how, because of foreign direct investment, we have literally allowed these multinational corporations to, with impunity, destroy the environment. And we haven't used the force of the state on these multinationals the way we've done with so-called illegal miners. So if you look at the presentation that he gave, the historical context of even the emergence of small-scale mining or illegal mining is because of what we were seeing with the large-scale miners. The state looked the other way and allowed these foreign investors to do what they were doing and creating destruction to the environment, rendering people homeless and helpless. So if you are a country and you are neglecting to take action against foreign capital, then you lack the moral authority to do same to your own citizens when they are doing the same thing. So I think we as a country have to revisit the political economy of mining and how we've allowed multinational corporations to literally get away with a crime. Thank you.
The last word is this from Professor Ennis. Yeah, there he is. Right.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think as people present, we should be looking at beginning to build a consensus and the best way to tackle the challenges that we are facing. Because it sounds to me as if our parliamentarians were a little bit too defensive and trying to shift the blame elsewhere. When you make the law, you must ensure that you supervise and it is implemented. That is number one. Number two, I think it is dangerous for a politician to say they don't have the information. You must have the information. Okay? Particularly when you sit on a specific committee, it is beholding that you actually look for the information. And it's most unfortunate that the Defense and Interior Committee aren't here, and the Security and Intelligence Committee is also not here. Okay? Oh, you are here. Good. And I think that is what makes it a little bit more disturbing that you dissociate making the law from the implementation, because you need to play that oversight role. Okay, holding people accountable and ensuring that they can deliver. But finally, is that we all have a moral obligation to save this country. Okay, we've been playing games with words, and I want to echo what my friend said. It's not only a multiplicity of failures, but it's also a multiplicity of collusion. Okay? It is also a multiplicity of deliberate incentivization of criminal networks. Unfortunately, the speaker has left and talks about, I think he mentioned security. Our security and intelligence system has failed us, because at the district level, there's a district security council. Their role is to provide early warning. We have regional security councils, and I think some of the members here have sat on some of them before. We have a national security council. The coordinator did not come this morning. Okay? Because this is not important for them. This is a conversation that the coordinator or his representative ought to have been here to tell us what they are doing. Okay? So if at the national level we are failing, we don't have information, then at the municipal, metropolitan, regional, blah, 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 it just would not work. Under Act 1030, their role is early warning. The Signals Act says get the information and share amongst the most crucial institutions. Okay? So there's institutional failure. So when he talks about that failure, multiplicity of failure, it's because of the multiplicity of collusion also, and the incentivization of criminal networks and corruption. Thank you.
To end. What a place to end. Thank you all very much. I would have loved to continue this, but the time has spiraled dangerously out of control. A failure of time management, as a collusion of all of our responsibilities. We've all colluded. I refuse to take the blame. You went for lunch. We've all colluded. But I think this bodes well for our discussion tomorrow, and we'll pick up some of these issues again. My panelists, fabulous work. Thank you. My participants, well done. Thank you, and good afternoon.
Hello.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Right. Please, can we clap for ourselves? We did so well. Right. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we have the last section or panel or the last discussion for the day. So indulge me. I'm going to invite Esquire Samson Ladi Anyinini to come upstage, and then he will introduce the speaker, then the panelists, and we'll be done for the day.
Oliver, if you can hear my voice, move this way. Good afternoon to us all. Right. So, I'm going to try to ensure that the discussion doesn't become monotonous, doesn't become as boring, because we are hearing the same things over and again. So my job is going to be difficult to try and make sure that we animate it a bit, even as we begin to look at the legal inertia, the political complicity. I heard a lot about it here. That's really the elephant in the room, right? And the Galamsey economy. Simply the mining law paralysis and what we face now. So without much ado, we would like to have a presentation, and after the presentation, on the back of that presentation, which I suspect many of us have had the opportunity of getting copies and reading, we will now go into the discussion segments. So please, let's put our hands together and welcome the consensus objector, Oliver Bakavomowo. He is senior partner with Merton and Everett, and I add that he's Galamsey protest leader.
Just put it in my pocket. I think it slides. Thank you very much. One of the things that I've stopped doing is that I don't like sharing. When I'm in the spotlight, I don't like sharing the spotlight with PowerPoints. I'd rather that people focus on me and what I have to say. So even in my classes, I say that there's death by PowerPoints these days, so I'm not going to do that. But I wanted to have a conversation generally. And many of you would have already seen, in terms of what has been published, the booklets that have been handled. That is a chapter that I've contributed, which is focusing on the paralysis of mining laws and implications on economic development. Now, I think it's about 54 pages. So what I'm going to do is that I'm not going to give you 54 pages of conversation today, but I've tried to synthesize that around what I call the paradoxes of law. So I'm going to give about 7 paradoxes, which I think are central to the piece that you're going to be reading. Now, the broader question that I am trying to answer in the report is that why does law produce, or why do we produce more law, but the law we produces less governance, right? So why does more law produce less governance? Is a question that I want us to kind of think through. And if you go through the report, I try to trace the historical and institutional evolution of our mining regime from the colonial ordinances that vested mineral ownership in the Crown, the British Crown, then the post-independence nationalizations under Nkrumah, then to the liberalization reforms in the 1980s under the structural adjustment programs, and then now until we have the Minerals and Mining Act of 2006, which in some regard consolidates all of them. Now, one of the things that runs through our legal framework
is that we inherited what we call the regalian principle, which is this idea of vesting all the resources within the sovereign or the crown. But along with that also came a habit of centralization of power in the executive in terms of how the framework works. Now, I think that so far everybody will kind of agree that the conversation we're having over and over again is that we don't have an absence of law within the space, but perhaps we have an overproduction of law. Okay? And in every law then is also more institutional power, more mandates, more procedures that we keep repeating. But then none of these, both on the legal front but also in the institutional front, speak to each other. And when I say they do not speak to each other, I think that we have developed the habit as legislative drafters of saying that when we are saying that we want coordination, we say that the chief executive officer of the Forestry Commission would be on the board of the EPA. Then the CEO of EPA will be on the board of the Forestry Commission. So our sense of collaboration in terms of their work is reduced to board representation level. And that's kind of how we are trying to cure it legally. But when we need them to speak to each other, and at the core of the paralysis, is that you have bureaucratic presence but no systemic coherence. For instance, so when you take the Minerals Commission, the Forestry Commission, Water Resources Commission, the EPA, all of them operate their own information systems. All of them have their own permit databases, and all of them have their different reporting formats. None of them are interoperable. Okay? Then, so when a person applies for a license from the Minerals Commission, the environmental data which is attached to it is not shared or uploaded to the EPA's own environmental permitting database. There's no digital link that alerts the Forestry Commission that the area in which they are given the license affects a forest or a forest reserve. You don't know. In the same way, the Water Resources Commission doesn't even know, in terms of the licenses that have been given, which water bodies are found within those spaces as well. There's also no integrated clearinghouse mechanism, which is that no single data platform where all applications, licenses, monitoring reports, field inspections can be viewed, verified, and even updated across the institutions. There's no central repository for storing or archiving baseline environmental data, reclamation plans, quality readings across the various agencies that are doing this. So for instance, field inspectors from the EPA would collect data manually on paper, and those findings are not synchronized with the Minerals Commission's own monitoring unit, and are not shared with the Water Resources Commission Basin Secretariats. So in essence, what you have is that every agency has compliance record which is incomplete. So a mine may have passed environmental audits, but failed its reclamation obligations, yet these reports are not cross-referenced, and the license continues to remain valid. Similarly, when the Forestry Commission grants consent for mining, under LI 2462, for instance, or any of the others, the data on approved coordinates are not automatically shared to the other places, the other agencies as well. So in an industry where everything is fast-moving, information itself is a form of paralysis in terms of how the agencies are supposed to operate across board. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to try to illustrate the problem of law through what I identify as 7 paradoxes itself that are within the body of law itself. 1, the first paradox is that what law gives, law takes away. What law gives, law takes away. And what do I mean by that? So law gives the power to allocate, to regulate, to grant rights and privileges, but we rarely account for what it takes away in the process. So for instance, we have to begin to see law that is granting licenses and permits as some form of legal dispossession as well. And what do I mean by this? In all these areas, so many people are waking up to the loss of farms and also the cutting down of cocoa trees in many respects. So every time we give a mineral license, we are taking away from our own ability to ensure food security. But we are not accounting for that, and we are not being able to account for the depletion of farms that produce food for us across board. We don't have any data speaking to that. In the same way, you have the cocoa board, which has, for instance, committed syndicated loans that committed to sell or has already sold beans of a particular quantity, cocoa beans of a particular quantity. But in the same period, we have given licenses which are resulting in the cutting down of cocoa farms, which is mean that our projection as to what cocoa beans we can be able to provide to those we have sold is already gone, and we are not able to account for that as well in terms of how we operate the law. So what I'm saying that what law gives with one hand, it's taken with the other. So it gives us mines, large and small scale, but it's taking away our food security, it's taking away our identity as a country of cocoa and chocolate. Then the second is that law capacitates and also incapacitates. That's the second paradox. So what law is doing is in fact distributing capacity, but also incapacity. And what do I mean by this? So you have agencies that have overlapping mandates, which, produces paralysis, as we've been talking about. But then if you take the Minerals Commission, for instance, once the Minerals Commission grants a mining lease, the EPA feels obligated to grant an environmental permit. And when I say obligated, this is what I mean. That they have mechanisms for what you need to abide by in order for them to grant you the permit. So what they are doing essentially is that whether or not your environmental impact assessment has passed, but they are not assessing it against their own institutional capacity to be able to monitor and enforce compliance. So rather than it being an assessment of institutional capacity to be able to monitor and enforce compliance, it's a question of whether or not you have passed your EIA process. So you have EPA saying that there are fewer than 50 inspectors to monitor over 350 registered large-scale mines and over 2,000 small-scale operations nationwide. The Forestry Commission lacks the budget to conduct post-mining audits in most forests. And also so while each agency is acting lawfully, none of them can ensure continuing compliance or reclamation across board. So in effect, law has produced institutional incapacity by design, because every law empowers the agency to act in isolation but doesn't equip it to coordinate, share data, or jointly enforce compliance. So the result is a system where I say everybody has power, but no one has control. The third paradox is the fetish of legality. And we know that in our language, right? Like even when we say we are defining Galamsey, our first thought is to say illegal mining. Whereas we all agree that illegal or legality is not what we are looking for. It's about the responsibility of mining. It's about legitimacy of the operations that are going on across board. So the fetish of legality has become the instrument under which we debate each other and in fact defend and deflect. So anytime, for instance, where we are talking about gold board and where they are sourcing minerals, the question then becomes whether or not the persons are licensed mines, right? Like they are legal. But the question is not legal. The question is about whether or not they are compliant with environmental obligations, whether or not they can actually do this. So this veneer of legality has created a system where, when you go to the gold board, by the time they sell and it goes through the formal chain, the gold then becomes some sort of gold laundering, in essence, because it becomes then authorized, the state sanctioned in the process. So the fetish of legality is also one. Then the institutional paradox, which is more law, less governance. Now, when you go through the report, you see that you have analyzed more than 30 separate acts and legislative instruments, including 6 major ones under Act 703, that we are continuing to see the production of more and more law, but that multiplication of law has not been matched by coordination, capacity, or accountability within the space. And anytime 2 or 3 agencies meet, or anytime there's stakeholder meeting, we express reform through the language of more law. So we always have to continue to tinker the legal framework. It's like the law is never sufficient. And the problem is always expressed through inadequacy of the law itself. But we know that at the very heart of the unenforcement problem, one is the fact of unenforcement, but that there's a moral corruption of the enforcement regime of law itself. That because we are unable to address, we produce more law because we can't figure out how to deal with the one we are not able to already existing that we can't address. The fifth paradox is law as discretion. Law as discretion. So at the heart of our legal regime is an expanded regime of ministerial discretion. Any power that is given to any agency can be overridden by the minister. Everything that has to be done is not a technocrat decision, and the limits of their decision is always subject to the vetting of how power operates and the discretion that is given to the minister. So constantly, everything evolves within the minister's discretion, and by effect of it, that discretion, which is itself unguided, can easily be guided by other considerations, as we all know. The next one paradox is that the law is constantly also against itself. So law against itself, that we can agree that as far as this sector is concerned, that the state is not acting lawlessly, it is paralyzed by law itself. So too much fragmentation, too much centralization, too much disconnection from enforcement realities means that constantly there's a ritual of a legal order that is less about, that we must continue to envisage a legal system where it is less about the ritual of licensing, which is something which we have built expertise in terms of how we draft. Licensing, permitting, those procedural, these things is where we put a lot more emphasis on. But that the law does not necessarily enable legitimacy of the operations. Okay? So legitimacy thinking can be about, for instance, the conversation about FPIC, free prior informed consent, that a farmer does not wake up today and then they say that some people in Accra have issued a license for them to come and take over where you get your daily bread from. So that Accra then, through the instrument of law, is maintaining almost a colonial relationship with the rest of the country. In terms of, it comes in the forms of dispossession. When people come, they take away from you. And then the seventh paradox I want to highlight quickly is that, can we talk about law without enforcement? Is there law itself if law is not enforced? Now, for those people who go to law school, one of the things that they love to do is to always ask themselves the question whether international law is law. And one of the reasons why they keep asking themselves whether international law is law is that because international law has no policeman who is enforcing it, the question then is that domestic law has enforcement capability, and that's what makes it law. And for which reason, because international law lacks that, it is not law. But the same thing can be said then of domestic law. Our entire legal framework, it's haunted by lack of enforcement. So that the idea of enforceability exists on paper and in rhetoric, but then in practice, it is sporadic or even many times non-existent. So we are in a state of suspended legality, that law does exist in some regard, but enforcement is, inshallah. So then, on the final point, how do we then break the deadlock from moving law as command to law as governance? And this is perhaps a need which law must go through that process itself, because much of law is formalism rather than functionality. And even as data continues to show us where regulatory failure comes from, law is unable to provide how we deal with weak enforcement capacity. And every time we then come here and then would be in a dialogue of the deaf, right? This person points the finger at the other one, the other person points the finger at the other one. And then we are stuck in a paralysis where because the instrument of law itself has not been able to decode or unravel how it can get itself enforced in many respects. So to break this gridlock, there are three things which I think the research is talking about, which is one, the coordination gap. So this is the persistent overlap and rivalry among regulatory bodies. The accountability gap, two, the absence of effective oversight over executive discretion, and also the limited capacity of Parliament, right, and any of the agencies to ensure transparency and compliance.
And then the legitimacy gap, which is perhaps crucial, that the alienation of affected communities from legal processes that govern their lands and livelihoods, and which continues to shape their reality around law enforcement around the country. So in a nutshell, this is kind of what the research looks like if you're able to sit through the entire 54 pages. Thank you. Please, shall we acknowledge him again? I'm left wondering how he was able to summarize all of that research in the manner he has done. But that's Oliver. So I'll immediately invite upstage our panelists for this segment. We have Yao Frimpong Ado, the Honorable MP for Mansour Dubia. That's a place where I can say the selection was right, because there's a lot of mining in that area. He is with the New Patriotic Party. He's Chairman, Parliamentary Select Committee on Environment, Science and Technology. We also have Sanja Nanja, MP for, the Honorable MP for Atebubu Amating. Thank you very much. He's with the NDC. He's Vice Chairman, Parliamentary Select Committee on Lands and Natural Resources, Bono East, then Ashanti. Okay. There's a lot of gold in these areas, right? Perhaps not as much in the Bono East. Right. Okay. And we have someone who has taken a vow of simplicity of life, of chastity, but not in the way the Reverend Fathers do, so that sometimes, no, not the Reverend Fathers, those in the monastery do, so that they are in seclusion, not interacting with the community as much. His vow is that he will be with the community and evangelize with them as freely as possible, but lead them to a simpler life, a life without Galamsey. So let's welcome Friar Joseph Blay of the Ghana Catholic Bishops' Conference. Thank you very much. But Oliver did rather well. He did about 15 minutes of the summary that he had to give us. So we are looking at the paralysis of the mining laws and implications on economic development. We know, as we have come to refer to it, Galamsey is no longer a fringe concern. It's a crisis. It's $1 billion economy entrenched in our laws, normalized by our politics, sustained by institutional dysfunction. And I'm speaking from not my own notes, but Oliver Bakavomawo. So blame him for all the things I am saying now. It is normalized by our politics, sustained by institutional dysfunction, entrenched in our laws. And from his presentation, one thing he has done is that he has affirmed what we know. He has exposed the anatomy of the crisis, a surplus of mining legislation coexisting with weak developmental impact. What he calls a paralysis of mining laws is not merely technical, it is systemic. It reflects fragmented mandates, weak enforcement, and policy incoherence, all exacerbated by political polarization. So this panel convenes legal And as you can see from Oliver, political from the two MPs who are with us, and moral voices from Friar to interrogate that paralysis and confront the complicity that sustain it. So I'll begin with Oliver, who did the presentation. You have described Ghana's mining laws as structurally sound. You say we have a surplus of it, but deliberately paralyzed. What legal contradictions are most exploited to sustain Galamsey from where you sit?
So I would give perhaps two examples. One is that we must always implement, but we must clean up later. It's the framework with which law operates. So if you take the gold board, for instance, even before it went into effect, there were lingering questions about how do you distinguish between what is legal gold and what is illegal gold, right? But then we are told that we should wait. Traceability will come in some distant time. But immediately now, look at all the 8 billion we are making. So in essence, every time where there are questions that we don't want to resolve, we start with it, and then later on say that cleanup will come later on. So that's the general framework. The second thing is that we are constantly framing the problems in terms of, it is not that we have bad actors, but that we need more training constantly. So anytime the problem comes, I say, oh, there is insufficient capacity. We need to continue to build the capacity of. So we are constantly operating a legal framework where the problems is always framed as, it's framed technically, so that whenever, law cannot reach its objectives, we are always then told that all we need is a little more capacity building, and we'll be fine. But what we don't then realize is that it then creates an ecosystem which then continues to layer on itself, rather than have a system where we say, there's no rush as to even, for instance, the gold board mechanism. Why then don't we fix the traceability problem? Because it then has broader enforcement benefits for entirety of the system's cleanup, rather than going to this, but we always want to. So that's kind of what I see as a paradox that always happens.
We'll talk about what your solutions are, which you provide, including a better centralization of agency to fight it. But we have had the LI 2462. It has come up over and again. Before the elections, there was a coalition. You led people into demonstrations. You got arrested, got detained. That obnoxious Forex Reserve mining law, why does its amendment not cure the mischief for which the repeal is demanded? And I like the projector to project the LI 2462 so that whilst he speaks, you look at the specific provisions which brought the controversy and which has now been amended, and we still insist that is not sufficient. Yes, please, you can go on.
So what you have within the framework of the airline is one, what I call the moral outrage around it itself. So the moral outrage is that the segments of our society that have accepted and normalized the idea of mining, and we cannot imagine circumstances where mining would then be paused and in pursuit of environmental gains, and say that, the main thing is let's ban mining wholesale. We are not able to contemplate it, even though the cost analysis tells us that perhaps that's what we need to be doing. So the moral outrage comes from the fact that people are outraged with the idea that it just in the name of the airline itself, we are opening up the forest reserve to mining itself, that the contemplation of mining exists within that. But then there's also the formulation of it technically, which is the idea that in terms of various areas, so you have the GSBAs, which is the globally significant biodiversity areas.
Right. I can read for you. I can read for you. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who have not paid attention to this law that has gained so much notoriety, this is the law passed in November 2022 to allow for mining in forest reserves. Now, it says prohibited areas, Regulation 3. A person shall not issue a license or permit to any person to undertake mining activity, including exploration activity, in the following areas: a globally significant biodiversity area, that's a forest reserve, most of the forest reserve we have, a protected provenance area, an institutional research plot, a hill sanctuary, a high conservation value area, a seed orchard, swamp sanctuary, plantation sites, and cultural sites. Now, this was the problem. Sub-regulation 2, which I have highlighted. Despite paragraph A of sub-regulation 1, the President may, subject to Article 268, that's the provisions of the Constitution that empowers the President and vests our mineral resources in him, of the Constitution, give approval in writing to a mining company to undertake mining activity in a globally significant biodiversity area in the national interest. This exemption and power given to the President has since been removed by an amendment, meaning you can no longer mine, there will no longer be a permit for a mining in these areas. That's my understanding. Why does this amendment not cure the problem?
Yes. So the forest reserves include these areas, but not the entirety of it. So there are parts of the forest reserve that these are not any of these. So you have a first problem, which the environmentalists are talking about, which is the integrality of the forest ecosystem. So a part of it may not be designated as a GSBA, but that the entirety of the forest serves it. And so that if they are mining in other areas, it can have ripple effects on it. So that's one thing. So the call then is the closure of the entire forest reserve to it. The secondly, which is the trick that the politics plays on all of us, is that there are no mechanisms against derecognition of areas, one, as forest reserves, and two, as any of these reserves. So all that you can do is there's ministerial discretion to deregulate or derecognize them. And we've seen this happen before, right? We saw this with the Achimota Forest. That all then you do is that you derecognize it as a particular thing, and then it goes ahead. So I think that the objection that is ongoing now is that we do not want to cross, I suppose, the mental barrier that we are allowing mining in any part of the forest reserve at all, which is what the LI suggests, even by its name. So that even though this is a problem in its own, which is what I was talking about the question of discretion, that you have a framework and then we then create some discretion at the bottom of it, is what's kind of happened here. The fight then is that we want to have mining no-go areas which the entirety of a forest reserve will be constituted by. I think that's kind of what I understand it. But I think that this removal as well solves a significant part of the problems that is being fought for and is being dealt with.
So there's a reason I'm staying here for a while. All these areas, by the amendment that has been done, remain prohibited.
Yeah.
Prohibited. No permit, no license can be issued to mine in these areas. Say again in 30 seconds why this is not sufficient to cure the problem.
Okay. So to be able to do that, you need to have a historical perspective of how we started mining the forest reserves in the first place. So when we deliberalized in the 80s, and there's so many mining companies that were coming into the country, they then started pushing into the forest reserves. Then the then Minister of Mines issued a moratorium to ban it. And then the big companies fought against it. So the idea of the 2% was then allowed. So the fear is the encroachment argument. That even if you allow a little bit of it, even though this does not do that, or this now closes these areas off, the fear that they would eventually be enclosed is one of the reasons why we want to completely remove it. And the second one is the fear that because the entire forest reserve ecosystem is integrated, even if you take a part of it, which is a GSBA,
and a part of which we allow mining in, it can eventually affect even these areas where direct mining is not happening. So it's the indirect consequences as well. So that's what I understand the environmental argument to be.
The last time here, this LI 2462, in its entirety, provides guidelines for mining once you get a permit. This appears to have been the problem, and this problem was taken away. If the entire LI is repealed, revoked, the guidelines that exist for anyone who goes into mining would have been taken away. Is that your understanding?
So there were guidelines. So there were guidelines which, before they were then put into the LI.
Pre-November 2022.
Exactly. Now, I think that the advocacy has reached a point where forest reserves in its entirety, not only these areas, is what they want to preserve. So once an area has been declared as a forest reserve, there will be no mining in that forest reserve. Now, that is already something which is dealt with by existing legislation. Because I guess the EPA is saying that the other framework exists for all mining. But this is particularly on the question of mining in forest reserve. So it's not just about the LI removing these parts, but whether or not, if we take away the LI, we should also take away or make it clear that henceforth, Forestry Commission cannot issue mining licenses in any area declared as a, the Minerals Commission cannot issue licenses in any area declared as a forest reserve. That is the bigger fight, which I don't think, because to be able to accept that this cures the problem, you have to first accept that mining can be allowed in forest reserve, which is the import of the legislation.
Okay. Before I move on to the other panelists, we now know, President Mahama in July informed us that we have made gold export revenue in excess of 6 billion from small-scale mining. As we understand, the researchers tell us that over 80% of small-scale mining is illegal mining, in fact. Presently, the data is that we have gotten 8 billion US dollars from small-scale or artisanal gold exports. My question is, how do we regulate without collapsing livelihoods or legitimizing criminality? How do we regulate?
Myself. Okay.
Knowing as a matter of fact, that this economy was on its knees, and to have a sector that is supplying us $8 billion in 9 months, how do we regulate this sector without collapsing livelihoods or legitimizing criminality?
So I think it's a question of the basis of regulation itself and how we view regulation in the sector to be. So within the environmental space, the idea of the precautionary principle is that once you don't know the extent of the environmental damage, you don't act. So the question is whether or not we want to be led by environmental thinking when we are regulating, which would mean then that, one, we are looking at our own regulatory capacity to enforce compliance with our environmental obligations. We are looking at the practice of mining practices within the sector and seeing whether or not, writ large, have they been more compliant or less compliant. If we are using an environmental framework to regulate, then we'll be more likely than not to say that we are stopping. We are doing sort of like what happens in the fishing industry, the closed season and the open season, that this particular era is a closed season to mining, and for which reason we are not going to allow that kind of mining. Then the question of livelihood then means that livelihood that does not depend on mining is what you then prioritize. But if we want the question to be, how do we eat the cake and still have it, then we will then force ourselves into this situation where we can neither do any of them well. We cannot regulate in terms of who is going and who is mining and how we are ensuring that they are mining in compliance. And also we can never do these livelihood programs, alternative livelihood programs that we claim to be rolling out, because we do not have the capacity for either of them. Okay. So that's the problem. So for me, what is underlining the regulatory ethic.
All right. Please, let's have the Honorable MP for Mansour Dubia grab the microphone. Now, Sir, Oliver's paper describes anti-Galamsey task forces as performative. Performative. Do you agree these efforts lacked continuity and measurable outcomes? When I say these efforts, I'm referring to when your party was in government and launched 1, 2, 3, task forces, and yet we found ourselves where we were.
Yeah, thank you so much. I totally agree with our session by my brother here, because I've lived it. And from 2013, 2014, I had a banter with then my Honorable Yunus Afuseni. He initiated something like that. And I told him that, Honorable, this thing will not work. And I gave reasons why it will not work. Because from my little corner in my constituency, I saw that this is something that maybe if the people went there with the mindset of, to quote my sister earlier, that shoot to kill, we would have succeeded. But that was not the objective. The objective was to stop them. Initially, seriously, it succeeded to some extent. And then human beings as we are, somehow, these same people, and initially somebody made this assertion here, that they come, they change them, another group comes. What did they see? That within 4 weeks, then they change them. I mean, thinking that will stop whatever, collusion or corruption or whatever. But the moment these people leave, the information is given to the team that is coming, and it got worse and worse until we came in. Initially, I told that time, who was the minister? Then Hohoi MP, Amewu. I was telling my people that, Charlie, this thing is the same old story. And lo and behold, that was exactly what happened. So if anybody draws that conclusion now, the person, you don't need a rocket scientist to tell you that. Once we are dealing with money, and it's the human being that is going there, the human being also is not conscientized in such a way that he will look at the national interest. See, all these things are happening because of our desire for wealth, for property, for all those things.
Was this really not the biggest issue? Professor Frimpong Boateng, what he told us, he accused party insiders of sabotage. Sabotage. You don't think that was what it was?
No, I think Prof's, at that time, when Prof was the minister there, I was incidentally the chairman of the Environment Committee of Parliament. So we shared a lot of information those days. And I once visited him in his office and he looked so worried. He showed me a drone footage of Apaprama Forest, what was happening there. And this, if you mentioned Apaprama, it's a large forest reserve. But the reserve is seen only by the roadside. You drive 100 meters into the forest and there's no forest. And he himself commissioned a drone video capturing of what is happening there. Generally, he had a lot of problems, and he was right when he said there was that kind of insider
sabotage.
Exactly. Maybe I wouldn't have used the word sabotage, but that was him. He showed me. We watched the video A to Z, and he said, if this is not sabotage than what it is.
So
He was right then, and anybody from that point, you know, I started from Honorable Inuse's time, and then came to Mewu,
right.
Professor from Paul Boateng,
right.
and it's coming. And I've always, anybody who is close to me, knowing where I come from, will bear me testimony that I've always said that that strategy will never, ever work. By using force to curb the menace of Galamsey.
What you felt within the previous regime was the way, or the better pathway was regularization.
Right.
And so between 2017 and January 2025, the licenses that were issued were in excess of 2,151 licenses. If you compare that to between 1988 to 2016, the licenses issued together, altogether within the period, was 99 licenses. You felt liberalizing, regulating, bringing all those who were, you know, doing the wrong thing would help, because it's better to formalize and regulate. How should this approach be without the backlash the MPP suffered politically? Because that's the fear of almost every government.
Yeah, that is correct. In fact, when you look at the figures that you just gave, between the time it was that artisanal mining was legalized to 2008 or so, earlier I made this same statement here that people were doing artisanal mining with the pickers and shovels and those things, and they never caused any environmental destruction until the invasion of technology. And this thing started 2012 coming.
Technology or heavy machines?
Sorry, heavy machines, including technology, because they came with all those things. That was when you just gather the material and then put this on the washing machine, and then it washes. In those days, there was nothing like that. That's why I added technology, and it was so fast. There's an excavator can excavate this place within some 30 minutes, 1 hour, and then this thing they will be washing constantly, and that was the period that people wanted. No, because it was so attractive. People wanted licenses to go in. It had been legalized. So every Tom, Dick, and Harry applied for licensing. That is how come the licensing increased from that point up to this year. It's not because of the attraction of the money, the economic gains there, especially now that the price is even high. It's even worse now. And you see, anybody who would think that thing didn't play a major role when the government said we're stopping Galamsey, it really affected our party and government seriously in the 2020 elections. For me, I would say that we should have.
We still need to formalize and regulate.
Exactly, but the way we went
we still need to formalize and regulate.
Sure.
But a government constituted by a political party will have to take that decision. You have that benefit, that experience. Yeah. It will be difficult for the NPP to want to do such a thing. But now it is the NDC that is in government. How do they formalize and regulate without suffering what you suffered?
Backlash. Very difficult. But it is like we are torn between the
rock and the hard
rock
place.
and the deep blue sea. Deep blue sea and hard rock. So I don't envy our colleagues at all this time because of what transpired between 2018 and 2020. You see, I initially made that statement that, you see, the political class must conscientize ourselves to come together to fight this menace, because fighting this in silos we will never solve this problem.
So that's my question again, and I need an answer from
and
you,
I will advise
because
them.
of your benefit.
Right.
The NPP, immediately President Akufo-Addo came in, put a ban.
Right.
Of course, the pressure of public advocacy.
Yeah.
He placed the ban for almost 22 months.
Yeah.
Within the period when there was a ban, our artisanal gold exports was the highest. That was the irony. My question is,
officially, or the figures given this morning didn't show
that. That's what we're told. I am not
Yeah.
familiar with this new
Right.
figure you are talking about.
because they went underground.
Right.
So the export also went underground.
Banning is not a solution.
Yeah.
Formalizing and regulating is a solution. How does the government that has not tried this before, you have tried the task force, you have tried the banning, how does it formalize and regulate without fearing that it will lose power?
No, they tried it before. So I've told you that 2013, 2014, they tried it. And when they realized the backlash, they relaxed the regime for the before the 2016 elections. But it was a bit too late. And we're all witnesses to the consequences of that. President Akufo-Addo was determined that no, he would still pursue that same line. Is he, this thing that we are talking about here, Dominic, we've outlined a whole lot of plethora of causes and solutions here. I think I will repeat this in everywhere I go, that the political class, whether we like it or not, when we draw the apex of governance, we are at the top there. Whether the clergy, the chiefs, the traditional rulers or whatever, we are at the top there. When we take collective decision that this thing is not going to happen again, all of them will comply. Okay. And that is exactly what I would advise our brothers, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama's government, to take the bull by the horn and stick to the plan and even intensify it, especially with the amendment and the complete repeal of
the repeal that you resisted. Oh. Do you regret that?
No. You see, there are certain times that certain actions must be resisted. But on a sober reflection, you get to realize that, oh, this thing should have gone this way. And that is how come whenever you have been in government before, there are certain things you should not do, you should not say. Okay. You understand?
Let's go to the Honorable MP for Atebubu Amanting. And it's important that you are Vice Chairman of the Select Committee on Lands and Natural Resources.
Yeah.
In opposition, the NDC demanded repeal of LI 2462. In power, you chose amendments to remove sub-regulation 2 instead of the entire repeal. That was such a betrayal because you had made the public so much of the promise. What explains that shift, and how do you respond to critics who call that political backpedaling?
Well, thank you very much for the question. It's true that in opposition, we call for a total repeal. And currently, as we speak, there are two schools of thought. One is saying that we should repeal it. Others are saying that no, you don't throw away the baby with dirty water.
since there is a particular portion that is creating the problem, the discretionary or given to the president, that even though we agree that in forest reserve we should not mine, but in the wisdom of the president, if he thinks it's in the interest of the country, he could do it. And that is where the problem is. So if I agree that the law will be repealed, the act will be repealed and replaced with 2501, where that discretionary power is given to the president, the authority of licensing is removed.
That has already been removed by the amendment that was done.
So now, EPA and Minerals Commission, which to some extent have some political neutrality as an institution, that licensing authority should be given to them. We need the gold, but how we do it, the responsible mining is the problem. If we think an area which is a forest reserve, there is gold, and we can do responsible mining, do the reclamation, and then replanting of the trees and other things, why not? So it isn't a betrayal.
Do I hear you say that even if it is revoked, there would be room for mining in the prohibited areas?
Not the prohibited areas. You know, the areas, the forest reserves, like there are certain areas which even though they are forest reserves, but they don't fall within these areas. So once they are out of the area, these areas, you could go ahead and do them and license them and regulate the activities of the miners there.
So there are doubts that NIMOS, which has become your major tool to the fight, will be any different from the previous task forces. Why do you think using the same method will work?
Yes, I should say all the measures and the methods that past government and current government are using, they are not bad in themselves.
They have not worked.
They have not worked.
We are in a worse place.
Why they have not worked? We all alluded to lack of political will, weak enforcement. There cannot be enforcement without political will. So I see the two as a corpus. If Galamsey and other ones, what we need is the political will, enforcement, and determination, and sustainability. So what NADMOS is doing now, and the commitment level of the minister, the current Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, and the President, if it is sustained, which I believe will be sustained, if that force is sustained, then there will be a serious impact in curbing the situation.
We are all added them in one mind that our problem is not the lack of laws.
The laws we have more than,
Right.
like Esquire said, We have more than we even need to solve this problem. The laws are there.
Right. So, as you said, and your colleague admitted earlier, what I referenced Professor Frimpong Boateng being insider sabotage was a major problem. I'm talking about political interference.
Yes.
These are what weakened the enforcement. So, what reforms will the NDC government pursue to ensure transparency and prevent political interference?
Yes, having some of these issues, we currently the Act 703 is in the process of being amended. And some of the reasons why we are trying to amend it is that we are seeing some weakness in the Act. And when this Act is going to be amended, I'm very sure some measures will be put in place to actually open up, because it's going to be open up to stakeholders. Just last week, we met with the, even though the document has not been laid in Parliament as at now, but the Chamber of Mines, they took it upon themselves to come, and they are already pinpointing out some of the weaknesses in the Act 703, and some of the things they think we should introduce into the new.
Which act is this, and what are at least two of the major weaknesses you have identified for which you feel we need to do an amendment, if we already agree that the problem is not with the law?
Yes. Actually, I have not identified weakness as we speak, but they came, and most of their issues were to have to deal with the regulatory bodies. The regulatory bodies. And one other thing I agree with them is that the laws can be there. If the regulatory bodies are working, it may not even, people may not even attempt doing it, not to talk of arresting them and then prosecuting and then enforcing the laws.
That brings us back to that same place. The problem is not with the law. When we felt that the criminal sanctions under the law were not strong enough, under President Akufo-Addo's regime, they enhanced it. I remember President Akufo-Addo, in his own words, he said, we cannot trust the judges because they had discretion. And we know there had been judicial complicity, police complicity. They have compromised almost everybody with the money. So he said, we needed a legislation that didn't give the judges room. So you see that the new law, if we are punishing you by 25 years, it doesn't say between this and that. It says you get 25 years. A judge doesn't have a say. So they have to do that.
To do away
the monetary fines were enhanced. And still, we got worse.
So, well, I've said the sustainability of what we are doing now is a solution to the problem. If we had actually the previous governments, if we had sustained our force, I don't think we'll reach where we are. But we do it to some point, especially when it gets into election year. We relax the laws. We relax the operations.
Sincerely speaking, we're getting over 50% of our gold revenue from small-scale mining.
Yes.
Which small-scale mining, researchers say, contributes over 80% of illegal mining. Are you sure that in the financial circumstances you have met the economy, and with what you are getting, you have genuine intentions to clamp down on Galamsey?
I should say yes. But I've said the problem is not the mining. The problem is how responsible we are doing it and how our regulatory bodies are regulating the mining system. And even when we give the license to the small scale miners, the question is, do they have the capacity to do it in the right way? And what are we doing about that? That is where I think when you were talking about between 2017, the liberalization of the licensing regime was very high. We should reduce the number of licenses we are giving, and government can come in, build the capacity of those who are having the licenses to do mining, small scale mining, build their capacity, even credit facilities and other support services to them, so that they can do the thing very responsibly. Because when you go to the large scale mining companies, there is a way, they have a way of creating their own water system. They have a way of creating their water system. And what it goes through, I don't think the small scale miners will have that capacity to even create that water system.
Right, let's come to...
And we should have a we should have other technological ways of doing mining rather than using the harmful chemicals.
Let me come to Friar Joseph Blay. Yes, please do.
Yeah. I wanted to say that the two things I continue to highlight are play here. This suggestion of, well, further more laws and amending the existing, and then also capacity building. Those becomes the framework with which we continue to deflect about the state's incapacity to deal with the problem. We will continue to advocate. The problem is not the mining, we just need to build their capacity. And that's how we continue. It's the only solution we continue to provide.
Thank you very much that you detected that. I had to remind myself that I wasn't hosting News File. Otherwise, the two of us would have had a bit of a time. So, Friar Joseph Blay, the Ghana Catholic Bishops' Conference, I'm sure all of us here will testify that you guys have been doing a yeoman's job over a decade now. As far as I became aware to follow what you do, you have been very consistent. Anytime you hold your conferences, you issue a statement and you are on Galamsey, you even go beyond the speech, the statements or communique to join in the public advocacy. Oliver's paper suggests that moral appeals have failed to move the political needle. After a decade of statements, what new strategies should faith institutions adopt?
Thank you very much. Maybe just to go back, it's more than a decade. I think the Catholic Bishops' Conference have been talking about the environment for at least 2 decades. For 20 years, if you go to the NCS and look at the series of their communiques, you see that almost every year there is something on the environment, then maybe the last decade more precisely on Galamsey. Yeah, so the church plays a moral role. He has just a moral authority. That is why earlier on, when we're trying to assign the blames, someone will say, well, let's blame the church, let's blame the church. The church doesn't have the force of law. The church has the moral authority. Conscientize the people, talk about the people, try to let them know what is wrong. And I think here, what we have to do more, which we have been doing, but to let the people know that we have also the divine mandate to take care of the environment. And I think that is what the church has been emphasizing. Now, with all the 20 years of advocacy that is not working, I think we need also to do more of collaboration, or probably call more accountability, I think earlier on, as we were saying, of those who have the direct responsibility. Like, look, we are doing our part, we are talking our part, but then we don't see also the practicality or the force of law. Then I will also say that here I'm talking about the church as the entire Christian body. I think we need also that prophetic role. The prophetic role is to call evil, evil, and sometimes even to refuse. In my research, I went to places, the Wasa area where I did my field research, where sometimes some of these charismatic churches, they organize even a crusade and pray for Galamseyers. Now you are going to hit the pot, say amen, and then amen. Yes, and they were telling me, and I think that is wrong. In the Kenya Bishops Conference, the president offered them something, big money, to help in building church, cathedral or something. And then the Bishop Conference says, no, Mr. President, go and fix the country. We don't need this money. Take the money, make sure that the roads are fixed, the children have school, good hospitals. If you do that, it's more than you bringing us the money. So that is the prophetic role that I think now we need to do. We have played it more diplomatically because the church meets the president, the bishops meet the president, they talk behind the scene in a more gentleman way. But I think we have to also be more prophetic at the point you say that, well, after speaking to you, inside you are not listening, now we call a spade a spade.
I'm coming to the point of exacting commitment, particularly from the two politicians here. What does the Catholic Bishops' Conference make of a national mining compact to hold political actors accountable across administrations?
Yeah, so I think, as you are saying, maybe the Bishops' Conference or now it can also have a private or separate inquiry body where we can have our own statistics. Like earlier on in the morning, I was asking how many are doing proper small-scale mining. The presenter talked about the large-scale mining. The large-scale miners, they are not many, so it's easy to deal with them. But can we also have our own data to go run, especially some of the dioceses where Galamsey is really everywhere, places like Obuasi Diocese, part of Cape Coast Diocese, Secondary Diocese, and even the also Diocese. I think the church can have our own body of researchers to come out and then compile their research and see how many are doing it well, how many are not doing well, and then call these people, present them to the president or the cabinet, and see how we can collaborate with them to bring these people also to accountability.
Right. So what I'm projecting now is the amendment that has happened to LI 2462. I suppose for almost everybody in this room, this will be the first time you are seeing a copy of it. So this is what has happened. Regulation 3 of LI 2462 has been amended, and this is the amendment. The Environmental Protection Mining in Forest Reserve Regulation 2022 is amended in Regulation 3 by the revocation of Regulation 2. Sub-Regulation 2. Remember, Sub-Regulation 2 gave the President the power. So now no more power. So prohibitions continue to exist. So, as we understand it, the problem has very little to do with the lack of laws, but lack of political will. You, the Catholic bishops, particularly the Archdiocese of Accra, you joined, to demand concrete action to end what you call the ecocide. What else ought to be done, including especially through the church? What else ought to be done? When I say you joined in Accra, I meant the demonstration. There was a walk. I participated in that walk. You ended up presenting a petition, and then there was a mass that was celebrated by the Archbishop. Thank you. All of that, I'm coming back to my first question, don't seem to have yielded much. What else ought to be done, especially through the church? Don't you have more than moral power?
I think the church doesn't have more because we can't cause arrest. If people are contravening the laws, the church can't cause arrest. So the church can always appeal, and then we have to continue. But then I remember in that presentation that the Archbishop gave, he said, now we, the church also, we are going to talk that our members, they will not participate in illegal mining. We are going to talk against those who are destroying the environment. So we are doing our part. But the greater responsibility also lies on the government. So we came out even with a kind of, I think I gave that sermon, that an echo creed, that we believe, we promise that we will not do this. We promise that we will not do that. And then at the point I even mentioned that the time has come where even somebody is doing that should go into confession. I think when we read like that to see, paragraph 8, Bartholomew, the patriarch Bartholomew, says that we should also spiritualize this ecocide. We should spiritualize our sin against the environment, not only the Catholics, but every Christian, to the point that if we have destroyed the environment, we must know that it's not only a sin against the environment, but a sin against God. And I think that is where maybe Christianity is failing, because we have assumed too much power, as if this world is ours, as if this land is ours. And Pope Francis says that the earth existed before us. It doesn't belong to us. We are stewards. So we need to hammer more on this stewardship. But in terms of causing force, I don't think the church has that power. Ours is more spiritual role and then more of a moral role and moral authority.
Right. Okay. So now let me ask you one further question. How should the church respond to the executive, the party, and the institutional complicity?
Thank you so much. And I think one or two concepts that we have to clarify here. Earlier on, one of the contributors mentioned that the politician or the president has to save the image of his party. And I really differed with that, and I was disappointed even in that. That when you are voted, what is your priority? Is it Ghana first or your party first? In my research, I came out that Ghana now has about 3 countries. We have the Ghana we want, and then the 2 main political countries. So you have the country called NDC, you have the country called NPP. And most of them, sometimes one thinks that this is more important than the other. So again, that is something that we need to clarify. Why am I there? What is my priority? Am I there to defend and protect my party or the country? And I think the country should be first. Down the line, if we gather, for me, the summary I can make of all the cause of all the problem we have is lack of patriotism. Okay. We have reached a point that the Ghanaian doesn't love his country. Soldiers have vowed that I will die for my country. Police, I will die for my country. So to what extent would they see the country dying and then some collecting bribes? Okay. So that is the point. So if we have that patriotism, and then again, another aspect, another clarification of concept is land. What is land? In my simple definition, the land is a property bestowed to the ancestors, entrusted to the living for the future. So those of us who are living, the land doesn't belong to us. I always say that if you want to own the land, die or wait to be born. So it is only those who are dead who own the land, and then those who are yet to be born. Those of us here. So if you look at the way we are treating the land, as if we must mine every gold now.
Okay. So since Oliver started the presentation, we have done about an hour now. I want to see if we can end in the next 20 minutes. So please, let's hear from you also. This paralysis of the law. There are people who believe that the church, the moral voice, can do more than what they are doing. If they began to denounce these politicians who are not showing what they have to do, denounce them. Maybe when they are coming to church, they shut the church doors and say, don't come inside. Okay, please, if anyone has any. Yes, Darabosu has his hand up. Right. Yes, after him, after him, NCC and Reverend.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very insightful discussions. I think you kept mentioning why this LI must completely be repealed. And I just want to clarify a point. This particular amendment, as it is, only guarantees security for about 10% of Ghana's forest reserves. Because the GSBAs that this amendment has touched only covers 30 forest reserves in this country that are considered GSBAs. But if you take into consideration the fact that we have over 280 forest reserves, that means that 90% of Ghana's forest still remains sustainable for mining interest. And that's why we think that we need an emphatic, unequivocal law that really completely secures forest reserves against the interest of
the quick
mining.
question to you is
Yes.
that does a repeal of 2462 lead to the over 200 forest reserves being protected?
It already guarantees that with the existing Act of Act 703, which already completely recognizes that if forest reserves are already the enactment of another legislation, then they are prohibited from mining against the regulation or the act that establishes forest reserves completely sees mining as incompatible land use forms.
So the clarity I seek is this. Confirm yes or no. You don't need the revocation of this law to protect the 90% other forest reserve, correct?
We don't need it because if we have already Act 703 already indicating that forest reserves are no areas for mining, then this law was even, first of all, needless in the first place. So you brought it, you have amended it. Now the bigger question is that if it's going to go through amendment as has been stated by His Excellency the President, then really this law will already become moot in the first place. So it is better off our statute books.
Thank you.
Thank you very
But
much.
I needed that for education, that I've been trying to read around it and to ask the question that those of us who also do the advocacy, can't we do it without sometimes getting close to misleading the public or not giving clarity to the public that the amendment of this act, this LI opened the door to 10% of the forest reserves, and its amendment by revocation has shut that door. And it is not the revocation of this law that prohibits mining in forest reserves. Correct? Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Samson, and commendation to the panelists. Two quick things. One is the emerging narrative that we make today, that Galamsey gives us this amount of money. And it's so simplistic. What is the cost-benefit analysis behind that figure? At what social cost are we getting that money? What is the cost of dialysis? That somebody whose kidney is affected by this activity, how much will they pay to do that? I think those figures don't seem to, I don't really understand whether they are meant to, help us fight the menace, or they even strengthen the hands of those who are engaged in it. Then the second thing, I think our dear politicians, the parliamentarians who are here, I know those who are here, you really mean well. That is why you are here. But the crux of the issue, bringing chiefs should make arrests, should stop the people. I think the laws of this country, they are very clear on certain issues. When there are criminal activities, it is the police that is under the executive arm of government. The judiciary, they have to deal with it. Religious organizations, chiefs, other, organizations can play complementary role.
There's illegal mining in front and behind police stations. You realize that?
Yeah. Yes, but the point is that, right, the executive power of the state is clear. If you have criminal activities going on, chiefs cannot effect arrest. If a chief is involved in it, it is the police that should arrest the chief, not his fellow chief who can stop him. If a pastor or an imam is involved in it, an imam cannot arrest an imam. A pastor cannot arrest a pastor. It is the police and the courts that have the power to deal with that. I think we should be making those things very clear in our conversation about these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's got really insane. There was a judge who had to beg. She literally had to leave her residence because they were mining and eating into her living. Yes. Yes, Rev.
Thank you so much, Samson and the panelists. Oliver, you were very eloquent in your presentation, but I want to humbly submit that we don't necessarily have paralysis of money loss. What we have is paralysis of our commitment to implementing the laws we have made. Because the laws were made for man and not man for the law. We made the laws. The laws cannot implement themselves. So, as one of the panelists said, if we can collaborate, all the actors in governance, political, religious, whatever, if we can all collaborate effectively, build consensus, we can implement the laws we have made. The laws are good. We can implement them, and by God's grace, we can solve this Galamsey menace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Or you want us to leave here right now, so you don't want to ask more questions? Okay, so you can go ahead and make your contribution, or yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is
He said that there is no paralysis of the law. Do you agree with him? I know there's no paralysis of the law. It's a paralysis of the people to implement the law. Because there's a law for tracking every excavator. Every excavator is supposed to be monitored, so that the Minerals Commission is supposed to know every excavator and where it goes. And they actually take money for that purpose. And we understood that some third party was being engaged for the purpose. And yet the excavators were all over doing Galamsey, and the Minerals Commission was unaware. The laws are there.
Thank you very much. I tend to agree with him. The law is the law and is the law. And is the law, right? The law is there. The people who will enforce it will make the law weak. Otherwise, the law is the law. So it is the implementation that we have the problem, but not the law. So I agree with him.
But the law is not the law unless it is implemented.
Yes, but they seem to implement it, but not fully. That's what we experience.
Okay. Please go on.
Right. So what I'm asking borders around that. Oliver mentioned a lot of things. Legal capacitation and incapacitation, legal abundance, rule confusion among the agencies that are supposed to enforce the laws and all that, legal paralysis as it comes here. I just want to know from him, what is his recommendation for one-stop shop legal framework that will cure all these duplications and all that, and also cause responsible mining, responsible small-scale mining. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Oliver, that's a good point for you to start, because in your paper, you recommend the merger of agencies like the Minerals Commission, EPA, Forestry Commission into a single empowered authority. When you were making the presentation, you showed us how they wouldn't know what is happening here and there. How does that work?
So I think that even that proposal doesn't go far, because these ideas of merge, decouple, specialize, I think it's seasonal. We separate them, realize that they're not working, we say add them back and all those things. But I think there's a problem that exists outside of law, and to that extent I agree in some regard, that we need to interrogate the capacity of the state itself generally. So there are two things here for me. One is that we have boxed us for what we have done is that we are seeing the revenge of the marginalized. For me, Galamsey is a revenge of the marginalized. Persons who, for so long, we have conducted and created the state that disregards them, now turning that revenge back onto the environment And now we in the middle class are afraid for our food sources. But they are responding to years of neglect in one regard, in some ways. But then also, we need to rethink whether or not the state itself, as it exists, as it adds on and passes on onto obligations and compliance and investigative and implementation obligations in terms of moral law that we are doing, does it have the capacity to do that? There's like an regulatory overload. Nobody is able to quantify in terms of what investigative capacity, in terms of prosecutorial capacity. We need more. How many more courts does this new laws create? All of that shows us that perhaps the incapacity is the state itself. The state cannot figure out how to be a state. And that we have a real question of state failure. And so we can get back into this idea of institutionally recombining, as I suggest in the paper, which is sort of in the same line of the policy speak that we have. But the real problem itself is what we have called a state. That is no state at all, and for which reason we cannot wake up to the reality that we have put together an amalgam of something that is very raison d'etre it has been able to meet. Now that's perhaps philosophical, and in a way in which it is difficult, or perhaps in this context, we still want the ready-made, okay, let's add functions here and there. Let us think about, before we pass the law, we will train the people already, whether we are telling them that don't issue a mining license unless you can account and tell us that for each mining license that is issued, I need 4 or 5 people who can monitor it and continue to ensure obligations and enforce. And so if I don't have 2,000 environmental enforcers, I won't add more. We can distill them back into those questions. But the broader issue that remains is, and this is where you're falling back into, this belief that, okay, there are all these people who are mining in the margins of the state's capacity. So let's formalize them. But what does it mean when we say we're formalizing? We are providing a framework for them to call themselves legal now. So that when Sami JV seeks, he is no longer saying that 80% of my gold is from those who are unlicensed. Everybody is licensed. So then what? So I don't know. Honestly,
all right. So
I have no answers.
So these are your final comments, and they include commitments. So the Honorable MP for Mansour Dubia, Yafrimpong Ado, the question to you is, or the commitment I'm seeking from you is, will the MPP commit to shaming rather than appearing to rally support for members, including financiers, who are arrested over Galamsey?
Yeah, thank you, Dominic. I'll call you Dominic. You are something. Sorry. My friend Dominic.
That's all right.
I would have loved that my being here, I would have been addressed like the chairman of the Environment Committee, because seriously, in my committee, I have some committee members here. Whenever we visit any place, you can hardly see that divide, MPP, NDC.
On this occasion,
right?
You know, Fra spoke about these countries,
right?
MPP country and NDC country. I want your country. Will you make that commitment? See, I saw something in Singapore. The Minister of Transport, he committed a wrong. He was caught. Do you know what his party did? They issued a statement, hang him. They didn't go to Iyoko to sleep and say, release him, release him. Are you ready? Will you commit to shaming rather than rallying support because this person caught belongs to us?
Yeah, see, it's my long time standing that, look, until the day that everybody owns up to some of these responsibilities, there's no way we are going to have any solution to this menace. And I always use myself as an example. I was born, I lived in Bibiani, Takwa, and where I was born, it's a gold bearing region, district, you know. But for my life, I mean, ever since I became an MP from 2013 to date, I have never, ever, never, you can go back and find out from my constituency, I've never ever involved myself, engaged in any mining activities. People think I'm crazy because everybody is making the money from it. I said, no, life is not all about money. So the commitments I will make on behalf of my party, I mean, the next time around, I mean, seriously speaking, I may even not be in government, I may not be in parliament, but I will be an old member of the party. And because I've never soiled my hands in some of these things, I will take up the crusade personally myself and talk about it the way I feel now. Because in the collective, if there are certain things that you don't believe in, and it happens to all groups, especially political parties, you may not believe in it in there, but for the sake of the collectivity, and you say, okay, let it go. But when you are out there, you say it. And I'm sure, I mean, the way we are talking about it now, we nearly suffered in the 2020 elections. And that taught us a big lesson that we should encourage this community now. They call it the cooperative mining. There are several obstacles in establishing this community of cooperative mining, and that is what I will encourage people to do, because once you have the resource down there, we should take it out.
That's right.
In a responsible way.
Thank you very much. So, Fra, should the church take a more direct role in policy advocacy by endorsing legal reforms or convening interfaith coalitions to demand action, so that the Catholic Bishops' Conference doesn't stand alone? You know, we can have the Christian Council, the Pentecostal, all of you come together and insist, and the politicians will listen.
Thank you very much, Sami. I think that has been one of my stand. Because why is the church involved in the social life of the people? In Gaudium et Spes 1950, the Vatican document says that the joy and hope of the people, their pain and then difficulties are also the concern of the church. So the people who congregate on Sundays, they are those who are suffering there. And so the church is very concerned to make sure that these people have their well-being. So rightly, as you are saying, I think the church has really led the fight, and people respect the Catholic Church when we have a voice. But probably it's the time also to really extend that hand to them, invite them, and then even taught them more, teach them more about this theology of the social living, so that together, I think we can put and make bigger impact on society.
Thank you very much. And so the final word goes to Sanjananja. The researchers tell us that about 8 years ago, to conduct a successful presidential election campaign, you needed over $100 million US. I remember Oseche Mensah-Bonsu challenging that and saying, oh, maybe 45 thereabout million, dollars will work. The MPs also need equally some substantial amount. Today, they say you need about $200 million US to prosecute a successful presidential election campaign. As we understand, some of the financiers, they come from these activities. What is the NDC doing differently to ensure that kingpins are arrested and dealt with swiftly?
Samson, thank you. This is a party issue you have asked, but I will attempt to answer in the sense that from the commitment level
that the current president is showing